Okay. Let me know if anybody sees me again. Let me know if anybody sees me again. What am I trying to find here? I'm trying to go to the dashboard is what it is. Okay. Did anybody see me again? Okay, so you're back to viewing the stream live. So if I do, so what I'm going to do is I am going to type a message into the YouTube chat. Oops. Into the YouTube chat at the same time that I am going to clap or something like that. So let's do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press enter on the stream, on the chat over here. So this is only YouTube chat. YouTube chat, I'm going to press the enter key now. All right, so I press the enter key. And I just want to see what the difference is on how soon it shows up in your chat and how soon you hear me say now. I mean, it's a little delayed because I think it is going through Restream, so there's going to be a little bit of extra delay on there. Let me see if I can hear this. It is going through Restream, so there's going to be a little bit of extra delay on there. Let me see if I can hear this. So. Now, 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000, 6. So about like 6-second delay, maybe. It seems like. I mean, I don't know if my counting was accurate at all. 6-second delay, maybe. I don't know if that was accurate at all, but it seems like YouTube has about a 6-second delay. And let's actually go over here to like this. Okay. So we are over here. And so if I do this again, where's my phone? Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. All right. So I go start. 1, 1,000, 2, 1, 3, start. Oh, so Twitch is about 3 seconds delay, it seems like. So let's do that again. Twitch is about 3 seconds delay, it seems like. So let's do that again. Now. Yeah, 3.5 seconds about, it seems like. Yeah, 3.5 seconds about. So let's try the YouTube again over here. Hi, Nathan. Hi, buddy. Okay. I'm just wondering. Oh, yeah, you're right. We are. Oh, because I had to update the. I have to update this information over here, which is really kind of annoying. Hi, Nathan. Hi. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Oh. Oh. Hi, buddy. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Okay, let's try to do this again. Does this work? It does not. So what I have to do is come over here, find my live YouTube feed, copy this, come back over here, and paste into here. Okay. So then I have to come back over here. I have to do activate source. So that should be popping up here now. So if I do a test like this, the only problem what I don't like about this is now I have like 700 different things I need to run here. Let's try another thing here. Let's do this here. Browser, we'll just call this Restream chat like so. Okay, and then what I want to do is come over to mixed chat. Okay, mixed chat is 412 by 700. 412 by 700. So let's do that over here. 412 by 700. And the Restream chat should look like. Oops, that's not right. Chat settings, embed chat. I guess this is, oh, I guess this is right. Okay, well, weird. All right. I don't know what happened last time. All right, so we're going to do this. Okay. And then we're going to come down over here to mix chat. Where is this? 1508 and 380. 1508 and 380. Oops. 1508 and 380. 1508 and 380, like so. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens if I chat on the Twitch chat here. Hi. Okay. So there's that. It's too small to read, right? It's worse than the other one, if I'm not mistaken, honestly. So if I go all the way down here like this, and I do this, oh yeah, okay, that's kind of like night and day about how it looks. It's too hard to read this one. So I think I'm gonna have to stick with this one here, like so. Yeah, the colors aren't helping. I don't seem like I can change the settings on that either. So I think that's just all kind of what it comes down to. In fact, the mixed chat text is actually even just a little small here. I wonder if I can make it a little bigger. What if I made it 0.7 like this? And I go, okay. And then I do this again. So now the text is a little bigger than it was before. Yeah, I think that looks good. So we'll try this. So yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is like, I can't seem to make it, I can't seem to make it work the way that I'd like it to be honest with you. So, that kind of sucks. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to have to do some more research to see if Restream can actually do more stuff, like if it has the ability for me to actually do more. Yeah, it definitely looks a little better on the higher font size, but I'm definitely going to have to do some research on to see if I can change the way Restream chat looks. Change the way embedded Restream chat looks. Here we go. Let's see here. Restream chat. Let's see here. Okay, Restream Help Center, blah, 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 blah. Embed chat. Okay, customize your... Oh, look at this. I guess there is a way to do that. Let's take a look here. So, oh, I see. It's in the embed chat settings. Where do I see the settings from? Oh, customize chat. Maybe that's the one. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. Theme default. Theme. Oh wow, I can do all sorts of crazy stuff. Ew. Oh my god, I can do Fortnite text. No, that's not what's gonna happen. Let's see. What the hell is what? Wow. All these built-in ones are all like based off of pub, you know, pub BG, all these things. So there's default. Oh, default compact. Ah, that's good. And I want the text coming from the bottom because that's what we're more used to. Message background opacity. I can make it 0. Oh, no, 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 no. I can do like this. There we go. Ah! Ooh, do they only... Well, actually, if it's white text, I don't think it should be a problem. Let's try this then, shall we? Let's see what this looks like here. So I'm going to hit OK, and I'm going to come out over here. And, oh my God, the text is so small. Holy crap. Oh, shoot, I got to kill the other chat. Okay, here we go. Like so. Holy crap, the chat is small. Let's try 200%. All right, copy, paste, enter, refresh. Here we go. Wow, 200% is significantly larger. Holy crap. What? I don't feel like that was 100 and 200%. Is it just me, or did that not feel like that was right at all? Oops. All right, so now let's do this. Now let's refresh again. And it says this okay, see, this actually is not bad here. So this is 150% here, like so. So this is 150%. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Is that too small? Should I go a little bigger? So I can't do 175. I can only do multiples of 10. So let's try 160. I mean, honestly, Emperor's New Groove 1 is the only one that you really need. All right, so let's do that. Let's refresh. Let's see how this looks. I mean, 2's okay, but Emperor's New Groove 1 is basically like a timeless classic. So there was always, so Disney always did the direct-to-home animated sequels, and they're always like more cheaply done and stuff like that. So yeah, I think 160 looks right here. However, interestingly enough, oh, there it is. Okay. What's interesting though is that the restream is definitely a little slower. So the chat is coming in. So like, okay, Eudaimonia just posted. Oh no, it showed up right away. Okay. I'll wait till someone else types in something. Type in something. Somebody type into the chat. Wee. Okay, Mexicantonese. Okay, yeah, I noticed. Yeah, see, Jim. Yeah. Okay, so there is a little bit of delay. Yeah, Twitch seems to come almost instantly, right? Yeah, the YouTube one is a little bit slower, but I think this looks good. I think this looks good. I mean, that's honestly all I can change. Like, unless you want me to change it to crazy Fortnite text, which I don't really want to do. This is basically the best that I can do over here. So, yeah, I think it should work. I think it should work. I mean, because most of the time, you expect the streamer to have that delay anyway, right? So, okay. Yeah, I think that should work. I think, yeah, the colors of the names. Well, the colors of the name. Yeah, you're right. They are all the same. Weird. So I guess it looks like you can't get the actual name colors here. That sucks. Restream chat username text color. Let's see. Let's see. I wanted the colors of my chatters' names to be the same on stream as they are on Twitch. Edit. If it's not possible to change the names based on Twitch, is there a randomizer? I'm using Restream chat embedded in my stream, and all the users are appearing in blue. Okay, everybody's talking about this, and they were talking about this 4 years ago. Okay. Ugh. Well, let's see this. If I do this, how slow is the how slow is the the YouTube? So someone try to just type in a YouTube comment. I just want to see how fast it goes. So I see it pop up now. Oh God, it came out right away. Yeah, actually, it's even showing up on my stream, on the stream here faster than it's even showing up on other things. Okay, so I might have to just stick with this one here like this. To be honest with you, I might just stick with this. I mean, the reason why I don't want to stick with this is just that means I'm using like all these different kind of crazy restream. I mean, chat mix things and stuff, but. It's fine. Actually, theoretically, I don't even have to pay attention to the restream chat option anyway. So, in other words, it'll be exactly the same as I've done before in the past. So, it'll be exactly what I've done before. So, it shouldn't be any problems here. Let's see over here. Yeah, okay. No, I like this. Okay, we'll just keep it this way. As it was before, so this is just how it's going to be for now. I'll keep using social stream. Because the worst thing about it is there's a program called streamer.bot, which actually has a really, really good chat. But it's just like you can't embed it, I don't think. Like there's no way to embed this chat anywhere. Yeah, you can't embed it, but it's like easily the best one. That's the only thing that's missing from it is that you can't embed the chat. Let me see actually. Let's do streamer.bot embed chat. Let's see. Streamer.bot chat. Okay, building channel integration between your chats. How to get as a streamer bot, blah blah blah. Streamer bot supercharger live stream chat overlay. So let's see. Streamerbot.chat features. Oh, there is an OBS browser dock? Oh, whoa. Okay, that's good. But if there's an OBS browser dock, why wouldn't it work with just a shoot, what is this? Okay. You can dock the streamer.bot chat in your OBS Studio instance. In streamer.bot, navigate to servers and then to clients. What the servers and clients. Jesus, this is complicated. Configure OBS Studio. Huh. Okay, let's see. Enable authentication and set a password. Okay, enabled, and then I guess I can just make my own password. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, actually, this might actually work. If this works, I may not even need the other thing anymore. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So let's do start server. Boink. Okay. So the server has started, and then I can do something like this. Okay, let's try adding a new doc. It's called Mixed Chat 2. And I'm going to paste this in here. I'm going to click Apply. Yikes! What the hell? Oh, I see. What the hell? Oh, I have to connect? Is that what I have to do? Oh, I see. Okay. I think I see what's going on over here. Well, let me try a test again here. Test. Okay, so it does embed over here, which is nice. But that means I don't need the other one anymore. Oh, sick. Okay. That's actually kind of nice. Let's actually, custom browser. Oops. Docs, custom browser docs. Oh, I see what I did. Whoops. Oh, well, whatever. Okay. But the reason why I can't actually embed it is because it requires, whoops, okay, where did I, oh, restream chat. Let's do another one over here, browser. Let's do streamer dot bot chat. Let's see what happens if I do this. Because the problem with it is what's going to happen is it's going to show up and it's going to be like blam and it needs a password. And I don't think I can actually click on that. So, what if I make it so it doesn't need authentication? All right, let's see this. Let's try stop server. Let's kill an authentication. So let's start like this. And then if I come over here, streamerbot chat, refresh. Oh, no. Hang on. Come on. What happened? What happened? Why does this still want me to do that? Let's do this. Refresh. Oh, it still needs me to authenticate? What? I said no. I said I don't want authentication. I guess I have to. Or can I do this, actually? Ooh, okay. Can I do this? Okay, let's try this instead. Okay, all right, let's try this instead. Okay, what am I doing here? Custom browser docs, blah, 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 blah. HTTP server. Okay. So, I guess that doesn't work then. Let's see. Oh, I see. This is not what I want here. Okay, let's do this. Let's see. Streamer.bot embed chat HTTP. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, HTML overlay, blah, blah, blah. Oh, this seems a little more complicated than I want it to be. Well, let me see what happens if I do, what happens if I do this? Whoops, let's do this. So start this server, and I don't know if this is gonna work, but let's try this. And then I open this up. Nope, that is still not work. Well, let's refresh it. Nope, it's not working. Okay. Dang it. I guess I can't do that then. Guess I can't embed this one. Okay. Alright, so stop this server. Come back to website so get enabled. Okay, start server like this, and then I can do. Oops. Let's do this. Oops. Docs, custom browser docs. Oh shoot, I messed that up. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? it up here? There it is. Okay. Let's see. Embedded here. Blah, 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 blah. Use this URL. Where is that URL that it told me to use? Oh, there we go. Okay. So I can do this. Oops. Like so. Come back over here. Like so. Click apply. And then close. And then refresh. And then connect. Okay, there we go. Oh. Okay, so is this super what's Duck Station? What's Duck Station? Are you just talking about like as a oh, that's the thingamajig, right? That's the emulator. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. I get test over here. So I get the YouTube message here. Now, why don't I see Mexicantonese's message over here on this page here? I see it one place, but I don't see it somewhere else. Shoot. Oh, there you are. Okay. Maybe it was just taking a little bit to get there. So let me test another thing over here. Let me type something over here. Happy, joy. And boom. And there it is. Okay, cool. So it does show up over here. Okay, so I have it showing up in these windows here. That's good. But what else do I want to do here? Let's see over here. Chat. Okay, so here's the chat. Oh, I see. Okay, I have settings over here. Font size. I can drop the font size a little bit. Let's try 14. And then sync this like so. Sync settings request. Sync settings. Yes. And then on this TV, oops. Let's see. Boom. Okay, so is it smaller now? Does it look smaller for me on this screen? I believe so. Let me try another thing here. Let me make it even smaller just to see what happens, like this. And I close this. It's definitely smaller here, but let's sync it now over to this thing. And I say sync settings, definitely smaller, but I don't like it that small. So let's go back to 14, sync settings. Sync settings. That's actually kind of neat, actually. Alternate background? What does that mean? Oh, it does that thingamajig. Oh, interesting. Sorry, now I'm OCDing on like funny things that I'm seeing over here. Ooh, timestamps? Oh, that would actually be nice. Oh, that would actually be nice. Let's see. So if I did that, and then I have the time. Yeah, actually, that would be great for... Actually, that wouldn't help me in the other thing, actually. Okay. Still, it wouldn't hurt to have it. Let's see here. Yeah, if there was a way I could get it to automatically log in with this chat over here, basically, if I could actually add it here, but it requires that login, and I don't know how can you interact with browser sources? Let me see. OBS interact with browser source. Browser interact options. Okay. Right click on the browser source, choose interact. Okay. Let's try it. Let's see what happens, shall we? Let's see what happens. We are doing some fun stuff here today. Here we come over there, do this, copy, close, plus browser, let's call it streamer.bot. Oops. Chat. And then I click OK. Then I paste this, and this is 412, and that's 700. So I click OK. That shows up, and then I do this, which was 1508. What was this? I think I said it was 300. It's definitely more than that. What was it? Let me see. The other one is 380. Okay, 380. 380. Will Sagat be a good character for beginners to pick up? I mean, we have no idea. Like, it's impossible to say until we actually see the character, right? It's just there's just no way to know, unfortunately. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so there we go. So we do that. Okay, and so this shows up over here. The text is too small. Let's try 16 over here, or let's try 18, see what that looks like. How does this look to you guys here? You know what? The timestamp takes up too much space. I would like the timestamp because it would help for certain things, but I don't think I need it. It's taking up too much space. So, oops. Okay, so close this. So there we go. Do you like the alternating color thing? Like how it's like kind of gray and then kind of black between the two different chats? I'm not opposed to it, to be honest with you. The alternating color, I do feel like kind of makes it easier to read. Now, do you think 20 is too large? Well, let's find out what it looks like compared to the 16 font that I was using earlier. So if I have this and I click this like so and I do this, yoink. Oh, that's about the same. Actually, it's even smaller a little bit, to be honest. So I could probably even make the font a little bit bigger. So I might even be able to make the font like size 22. Let's see what happens if I... Nathan. Hi, Nathan. All right, so if I do that, yeah, it looks about the same size. Actually, a little bit bigger. So I could probably actually make it 21, and that should be fine. So let's try 21, like so. And then I do this. Oops, not that one. I want to do this. Okay. Here we go. So, oh, I need to interact with it again. Oops, I forgot to no, that's the wrong one. I'm interacting with mixed chat. I want to interact with StreamerBot chat. There we go. Interact. Why am I keep interacting with that? Oh, because it's just highlighted like this. Can I just right? Okay, that makes it much easier. So now I close this. Here we go. So that's what that looks like. And then if I open up mixed chat and I close this like this, yeah, look at that. The text is almost exactly the same size. And I just think it looks eons better over here. Nice. Okay. So the only problem with it is I don't need all those extra settings around. What's up, Zangief Bellotto? My stream is horribly unexciting right now because I'm just experimenting. But hi, everybody. I'm not doing anything necessarily in particular over here. Let's see. Okay. What I could do then. Hello. How's everybody going out there from Brazil? Shout outs to Brazil, by the way, because you guys are awesome. You guys are always killing it out there, man. Like, great job. Great job, guys. I am really really happy for you guys. Really, really happy for you guys. Cause honestly, like Brazil's been doing awesome all the time. So hydrate. I got a big old tub of water. I got a big old tub of water, and I also have a big old tub of cat. Hi, cat. Hi, cat. How are you doing? How are you doing, cat? Hi. 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 Yay. Okay, so what I can do here, what I want to try to do is, okay, so this is going to take some math here. What I'm going to do, there's nothing shameless about it, Forrest. I do it with pride. I do it with pride. All right, so let's go back to the game here. But what I can do over here, I'm going to preview this on my other monitor over here. Nathan. Oh, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. On the Asus. There we go. Asus. And so what I can do now is... Hi. 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 Oh my God, you're so cute. Why are you just putting your face into my... See, I'm not even doing anything this time. He's doing it himself. Nathan is doing it himself. He just walked up and pressed his head into my face. So, oh my God, there's cat hair everywhere. Holy crap. My cats don't hit me with their tail as much. No, my cats don't do that very often. He's gonna want some scratches over here. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, you can't see him. Look at this guy. Look at this. Look at him. Oh, the gums. The gums. He's so happy. He's so happy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh, he's so happy. Oh, yeah. You like that, Nathan? You like that? You like that? You like the scratches on the gums? I know you do, because you close your eyes and get all happy. Oh, hi, boy. Hi, boy. Hi, boy. All right. Come over here. Hi, Nathan. Oh, my God, there's cat hair everywhere. Oh, look at you being affectionate. Look at you being affectionate. Because you want more gum scratches. But I'm going to take advantage of this and try to brush your chest a little bit, because I never get to your chest that much. So we're going to brush your chest up. Sorry. I tried to brush him sideways and I accidentally almost knocked him over. I'm sorry, cat. I'm sorry, cat. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Back to this. James, do not distract yourself. Let's do this. All right. So I'm looking over here. So what I'm going to do is crop the top like so. So I'm going to keep cropping the top until that blue disappears like so. Okay. So that's 44 pixels. And then what I want to do is crop the bottom like so, until I get to the bottom of the, to the green over here. I'm not clicking on the right thing anymore, like so. So we'll actually do 46 is what we'll do. So 44 and 46 is 90, right? So that's 90. So what I want to do then is increase the height of this by 90, like so. Actually, not yet. What I'm going to do is do this and increase the size by 90 over here, like so. And then I'm going to come back over here and make this 790, like so. And that looks about right, doesn't it? That looks about right. Because if Testo is so Testo is the latest message, and it is in there, and so it is embedded like that. Oh, I see. Yeah, there you go. Oh, okay, perfect. Nice. Okay. What's up, Juice Man Vaughn? I wasn't the one that got to choose Nathan's name. That was my ex-girlfriend. I wanted to, so Jasmine's name was Jasmine when I adopted her. But I liked Jasmine. I liked Jasmine because I could call her Jazzy. I could call her Jazz. And so, because Nathan has these pure blue eyes, I wanted to call him Blues because I wanted Jazz and Blues. Because for Transformers, you have Jazz and Blue Streak, and for Mega Man, you have Jazz and Blues. So I want to name him Jazz and Blues. But my ex got to name. So since I picked Jasmine for Jasmine, she got to name the other cat. And so she named him Nathan after Nathan Drake because she is a big, big Uncharted fan. So that's what happened there. Okay, so I don't need mixed chat anymore. And in fact, this actually looks better than mixed chat by a lot. So if I could just do it this way, then I won't even need to worry about that other program at all anymore. And I'm down to just a single chat. Now, the tricky part about this is that I will need to probably log into it on this page every single time, which would be kind of annoying, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Let's just put it that way. Well, I don't think Blues was anything particularly crazy, Okay, well, so theoretically then, the other thing that's very important for me to check is the, let's see here, the stream health here. So the stream is healthy. Can I see what the stream is settings are? I guess I would only be able to see that in Restream, wouldn't I? Let's see. Here's this browser over here. I don't need this. So let's oh, that's right. I have it open in another window down here. So streamer bot. Okay, yeah, I got this. Streamer bot. Thank you. Change that. Restream chat. Restream. So if I go to home like this, Restream is weird. They do things in a very, very weird way. I'm confused by it, but I think it should be okay. Oh, it's also got all this category stuff that I forgot that I need to set here. Okay. But how do I change? Am I allowed to change? Has anybody here used Restream before over here? What I'm wondering is, can you change Actually, what I should also do is I'd have to check my own settings over here. And maybe what I can do is, so the output over here, streaming, yeah, I could actually up the bit rate and up the resolution here too, probably, in the future if I do this. Let's see. Or does it actually even give me the option here? Because I don't even see where I can change my... Oh, there it is, 1920 by 1080. So YouTube, I know, in order to do a lot of the cool shit, wants it to be at 1440. Why should I stream YouTube at 1440p? What was the reason again? Because there's some features. Offers a noticeable upgrade in visual quality compared to 1080p. What happens if you stream... happens if you stream 1440p to Twitch? Let's see. Can be problematic due to bitrate limitations. All right, but what I'm suspecting is that Restream handles that, right? Let's see. What resolution and bitrate does Restream use? Let's see. Doesn't enforce specific bit rate. It essentially passes your stream data to the destination. It does offer various settings and recommendations on the tools used. That was a long time ago. They don't care anymore. At least I don't think they care anymore. So Twitch used to try to punish you for that, but I've been showing the YouTube logo on here forever now, and they haven't really done anything. So I'm just wondering if YouTube, I mean, let's face it, even if YouTube doesn't look as good because it's using a different codec at 1080p, the fact that it's not super laggy and dying all the time is fine. Let's see, recommended resolution and bit rate to stream to restream.io. Let's see. Best settings for your streaming software. Wow. Jesus Christ. They want you to freaking do some crazy shit over here. Let's see. Okay. Oh, let's see. Oh, I see. That's restream stuff. That's YouTube. There's Facebook, X, Twitch. Here we go. So if you stream to Twitch, that's a really interesting question. What do people recommend you do? Because obviously when you stream to restream, it just passes the video to everybody else. And Twitch works better in 1080, but YouTube works better at 1440. So how would you stream to both? I guess is like, what would they want you to do to stream to research for YouTube and Twitch? Let's see. Common recommendation is using 1080p. I see. Let's see. Can restream send different resolutions to different streams? Yes, restream can send different resolutions. Let's see. Pre-recorded streams, multi-streaming. Pre-recorded multi-streaming. Let's see. QR codes. Let's see. Can I stream two different resolutions? New to stream and multi-streaming doesn't seem to be possible. So though he said the bit rate will add up with each other. Yeah, you could do it directly on OBS. Oh, I see. This guy is using like probably like the. Oh my God! Shh, quiet. Let's see. This one is talking about using multi-stream but not restream. No, I don't do anything in 1440. It's just that that's what they say is recommended for YouTube. Well, I'll ask around to other streamers. Right now, like I said, it's just 1920 by 1080. I can probably up the bit rate. I can up the bit rate a little bit at least for YouTube. Recommended bit rate and resolution. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how most people do this on Restream, you know. What most people actually do. Hey, thank you, Forrest, for triggering the donates, for ability for people to donate to me if they would like to do that. So let's see here. So for YouTube at 1080p, oh yeah, you could do much higher bit rates. Okay, So I can do 60 frames per second, and I can do higher bit rates. So I can probably move up to like 10K bit rate, and I should be fine for Twitch, because Twitch maximum is a maximum of 6K. But if I if I exceed that limitation, your viewers may not be able to watch your stream. So I actually have to leave it at 6K. I just have to leave it at 6K then. Okay, well, okay. Well, there you go. That's what I got to do. It's what I got to do. Yeah, Jasmine, obviously the donations haven't gone above 6,000. I had a 6.7K goal, and I haven't gotten to that goal yet, but I also haven't been pushing the fundraiser all that much anymore, because, I mean, you guys have done so much already. But if you do still feel like maybe perhaps donating to the to help me cover all of Jasmine's costs, I'm at 90%. So if you guys feel like helping me anymore, I mean, I'm gonna start doing a lot of these things, unfortunately. I've talked about it in the past that I wanted to set up a Ko-Fi with goals that if enough gets donated, I will just literally just buy a year gym membership, and basically your Ko-Fi rewards will be gym updates from me, just because that way it'll keep me honest. It'll be like, well, I gotta go to the gym because I gotta make these updates, and if people donated for a goal for that, like, I appreciate that. And then anything you guys can donate or just subscribe as well will help me cover, like, because I just signed up for a little bit of a emergency pet insurance, and I'm going to be looking for other pet insurance so that I can quit this one. But the pet insurance that I signed up for that's part of VCA is hella expensive. Holy crap. However, let's take a look at this over here. So for Combo Breaker, I really wanted to watch the City of the Wolves top 8. I really wanted to watch which one was it? I think I really wanted to see what do you call it? I wanted to see the VF5 one too. I just wanted to watch VF5 because I don't know much about it. I just wanted to see how that game goes and just how it looked at Combo Breaker. And then Street Fighter 6, I didn't want to, well, top 8, let me see. Street Fighter 6 top 8. What is happening? Okay, I did get to watch a lot of that already, but I didn't get to watch all of it. So I would have liked to have also caught up on that. And then we can do CEO stuff as well. Now, pets are hella expensive. Oh, man. Yeah, so, I mean, I have a, gosh, what is it? 24-hour fitness really close by to me. And the reason why I want to use this 24-hour fitness so much is because it's got a pool. It's got a pool, and swimming is by far my favorite form of cardio. So I really want to sign up for that one over there. But it is in the Santa Monica area, which is where I'm at. And so obviously it's going to be a little more expensive than probably the normal prices at other 24-hour fitnesses. 24-hour fitnesses. Where's their website? There we go. Okay, website. 24-hour fitness. And if I look up over here, the pricing for yearly, for platinum or gold, what's the difference between platinum and gold? Oh, I see. Okay, so, oh God, it's barely any different. So gold for a year is $288, and platinum is $300. So the only difference between platinum and gold, which is a difference of $1 a month, so basically a difference of $12, is that if I go, I can bring a friend, which would be actually really cool because then I could every time I go, I could bring Olaf, and we could actually like hang out at the gym together, which actually would be really cool. So I probably will do a donation drive at some point in time, or set up a Ko-fi goal or something. I don't know, like if I should just do donation drives or if I should set up Patreons and stuff like that. I mean, do you guys use Patreon? Like, do you guys actually subscribe to Patreons and stuff like that these days? I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if that's a thing. I don't like the fact that I don't have Twitch stats over here anymore. Stats? Oh, there we go. What the hell? Where do those stats go? Oh, I see. They're over there. Oh, that's not those stats. Those are different stats. I don't get to see my user count over here anymore. I guess I could make a custom doc. So let's try that actually. Oh, but it would be different for Twitch and for YouTube. So there'll be two different things. Let's see something here. It'd be nice if I could get both of them, actually. Sorry, guys. Like, I'm totally just using this opportunity to figure out how to set up everything here to the best of my ability. But I mean, that's kind of what I was intending, right? So, is this a panel over here? Can I do this? I guess no easy way to do it. So Twitch would probably at least just be the best one to do. So if I did this and where is it? Edit Stream Manager panels. Where do you get the panels from again? I always forget. Where do you get the panels from here? I always forget where you can pull them out from. That's not it. Why does the bitrate say it's like not happy? That's weird. Stream preview might edit stream info activity feed. Activity feed? No. Activity feed is something else, right? Yeah, that's something else. That's not what I want. This is my chat. God, where's that? Oh, here it is. It's this plus pot panel over here. What in the world just happened? Wait, what just happened? What happened? That's not what it used to look like before. What the hell? Oh my God. All right, what the hell? What the hell just happened? Oh, quick actions is what I had before. Quick actions. All right, yep, here you are. Ah, yes, okay. That's what I had over here, like so. Okay. And then oh, Justin's here. You have a Patreon, Justin? Do people actually use it? Like, they don't have goals anymore, right, Justin? They don't actually have goals anymore, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, if you actually wanted to, like, do goals, that doesn't exist anymore, if I'm not mistaken. The hell just happened? Oh my God, this thing is, what the hell? Wait, where did all my quick actions go? Oh, there they are. Huh. It's not a really good way to do this, I guess. Status, stream health, blah, 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 blah. So there's no really good place to get the stats. Okay, so cancel. So I'm back over here. Edit stream info. Oh, I guess it's just up there. Oh, it's that thing right there. Yeah, okay. Okay, it's that up there. So I just see the number up there. Ah, man. Because what I'm using Restream here, right, you just got to offer people stuff. But Patreon used to have those things where the people could actually see the goals. You could set up goals and stuff like that. I think Ko-Fi can still do that. So I might actually try to switch to Ko-Fi and see how that goes, to be honest with you. But I'm trying to use Restream right now. So this is my first time using Restream. So I'm just doing all this experimenting and changing layouts and doing all this other crazy stuff over here just to see how all of it looks. And I think I've gotten to a position where I'm cool with how everything is. So I think I can do this. But yeah, I was thinking about using that Ko-Fi account because I heard it's like kind of like the new Patreon with the way that you used to be able to do goals and give like monthly goals and stuff like that for people to sign up with. So yeah, replay analysis. Like I wanted to make it so that like, see, the hard thing about it is like I'm not sure if you can like choose what to donate to, right? Like, can you make goals and then when someone signs up, they say I want to put the money to this goal or that goal? Because I was like, I wanted to put up a monthly goal for like help me afford my pet insurance. And then the reward would be I would just basically send you guys lots and lots of cat pictures and cat videos. But I'm not sure how that works. Oh, thank you. Dang, from Russia, all the way from Russia. Nice. Thank you. He says, loved your commentating with David. So from Russia with love. Thank you. Appreciate that. MIFSV. Ooh, that was it's a weird set of letters to say. Because you know why? Because I'm so used to saying SFV. So when I have to go FSV, it like confuses me. So, oh, it's myth in Russian. Nice. That's cool. I like that. That's really cool. Okay. Nice. All right. Okay. Well, I don't want to make you guys sit here and listen to me babble all day and like not get anything out of this. So let's do some of the stuff that I threatened that I would do. Let's see here. All right. Let's actually see if I can find these streams in some official caliber over here. Let's see here. Let's go. Oh, you love the babbling? I mean, I can keep babbling if you want. Let's see. Okay, okay, this here we go. Team Spooky channel over here. So, we'll do this here. Wait, is this the official stream? Or is this the one that he's actually restreaming? Let me see. No, this is actually the official stream. Okay, cool. So we can do this here. So when I watch these streams, what I'm going to do is probably have the commentary on really loud because for my own benefit, I want to hear what their commentary is, the things they point out, et cetera, so I can get a little more attuned to, you know, some of the important things to want to talk about. Or if they just get hyped, they just get hyped. So we'll see. Oh, USF4. Yeah. I didn't do the commentary on USF4 at CEO. I did do CVS 2. If you haven't had a chance to watch CVS 2, that was hilarious. So I definitely recommend that. I don't know if Justin Wong is left already, but he is definitely one of the main regions. Am I interested in Tekken 8? Yes, but never for commentary. So, unfortunately, while I would love to watch it, I don't have the time. So I just have to watch the things that I want to learn and keep track of the storylines, et cetera. Oh no, I was just telling Justin, I was telling somebody that they need to check out the CVS 2 top 8 at CEO because that shit was amazing. I was like, is Justin still in the chat? I think he'd tell you it was amazing too. That's all I want to say. Dude, it was so good. It was so good. Especially when they surprised you with Boss being mic'd. Yes, I did do Tekken 8 commentary with MYK at First Attack, but it was all very rudimentary knowledge. That was all what we call commentary fundamentals, right? Like just by watch, and it helps that I've played Tekken a little bit, so I understand what the strategy is. Because for the most part, like I tried commentating Tekken 7 at one point where I didn't have quite the grasp of the game, and I was just like, I felt scared and lost. It's really freaky when you're commentating a game you don't know very well. When I was commentating Tekken 8 with MYK, I had a better grasp of what Tekken was about. So I was able to pick up on small things, but I'll never be able to be like, oh, you know what happened there? He was going for this crazy setup and this, like, I can be in the background going, oh my God, what, dude, that was so sick. Like, oh, what, oh, of course he went for the hop kick because, he's been crouching all under his standing ones, like I can do stuff like that. But you ask me how to input any of these moves, or if it's safe on block, or, oh, he should have punished that. What happened? I can't. I can't. Like, that's why I need someone like MYK next to me, etc., etc. So I definitely need someone like that for Tekken 8. And again, I only ended up doing Tekken 8 at First Attack because I don't know what happened, but like literally like 4 games at First Attack, they had nobody to commentate it except one person. I think I commentated 7 different top 8s at First Attack. Like, I did KOF 15, I did Tekken 8, I did Street Fighter 6, I did Guilty Gear Strive, I did so much. It was crazy, dude. It was ridiculous. They just threw me on all of the games. And the thing is, like, I can do it because I have really good commentary fundamentals. The craziest one, Justin, was when we went to Canada Cup one time. And I swear to God, I was the only commentator Lapchi hired. It was the year that he had Kerry Takagawa there. Is that how you pronounce his last name? Shang Tsung, and Robin Show was there, Liu Kang. And so basically he just put me down on the stream and just like he walked away, and I was like there by myself the whole time. I literally commented like 8 different games and interviewed Robin Show and Kerry Takagawa. Dude, it was the craziest day of commentary, dude. It was nuts. My God. I was commentating everything. Oh, man. So much damn. Oh, there you go. Tagawa. Thank you. Kerry Hiroyuki Tagawa. Thank you, Nyanzabudo. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. As always, thank you for always supporting my stream as well. And I have a cute little cat over here. Hi. Hi. It's the other cat. It's the other cat. It's Jasmine. It's Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Headbutt. Bunk. There we go. Hi. I could. Oh yeah. Oh, if I could commentate UMVC3, I'm totally down to commentate UMVC3. Like, I'm not gonna be necessarily as good at it, and also because the meta has changed a lot since the last time I've been commentating it. But I commentated it at Frosty Faustings, right? And I was with Yipes, and so that was super easy to do because we were just having a great time. And I still know a lot about UMVC3, and just because I have so much background in versus games, just like from a system mechanic standpoint, not from a playing standpoint, because I suck at them, but like from like doing combos and all this stuff, like I can recognize a lot of things that happen in the game. So it's just like, oh, he dropped this combo because, you know, he waited too long to press a button. Like, I know the combo system like the back of my hand. And honestly, I still think that the quiet. I do think that the Marvel series has the best combo system out of any fighting game out there because it is so free form, because you can delay everything, right? The game is not like, oh, if I launch, I just hit up and I go up at the same timing every time, right? Like the fact that in Marvel that you could launch somebody, wait to super jump, or you could super jump right away, or you know, you could try to hit them so it bounces them a little higher and then launch them from a higher up. You can wait till you get to the top of your super jump to start pressing buttons. You can press your buttons immediately on the way up, and all of those things changes the outcome of your combo. Like it's the most freeform combo system. So like if you want to figure out a way to get the enemy to be in a certain position at a certain height, you have all this freedom and utility to find a way to actually make that happen. And it's cool. It's so cool. But let's actually get to this Fatal Fury over here, because I want to see this, because I also just want to see how bad Goichi destroyed everybody in grand finals and stuff like that. Like I heard it was just like ridiculous. So I didn't get a chance to see this. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. This is a Combo Breakers Fatal Fury top 8 here. Let's go.
It's time for the final stretch of Fatal Fury. See the Wolves here at Combo Breaker 2025. You hear the wild wolves in the crowd already held pockets as we're about to get.
And so once again,
Oh baby, man, it's been a long road. I feel like we've been out here for months already. It was only 3 days, and already these guys have aged 3 years just trying to get to this.
so again, oops, let me do it this way over here. So again, you know, I'm going to have the commentary up because I want to listen to the commentary, but every once in a while I want to interject something myself. I will either pause it or I will mute them like this so that I can just talk with you guys. And again, if you guys have any questions, please ask away, because me trying to answer the questions and stuff like that will obviously help me as well. And then I can even go to the game itself and actually start experimenting over there, which should be really cool. But before I do that, I want to do something over here. Let's do this. Okay, here we go. Let me pause this really quick and then do this. Okay, so what I want to do here is watching Combo Breaker top 8. There we go. Don't need the description. I can do that. I can do update all, like so. And then I can also go to the YouTube set. Well, actually, I could do for both of them, actually. Category, if Jasmine would walk away from my computer, would be Fatal Fury. Where is it? City of the, there we go, City of the Wolves, save that. And then YouTube would also be, where's category? Oh, oh, I see. They just only have that, I see. So do I actually have to go to the YouTube channel to be able to change that one right there? So let me take a look over here. I think I can only do that from here. So let's do this. Category gaming, Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. I don't know if this is going to work for YouTube, because YouTube is obviously a lot weirder. I don't know if that actually worked, but regardless, let me also, well, it does say that. Okay, but let me do this here. Fatal Fury, COTW, watching Combo Breaker top 8. I'll save that there like so. And then on Twitch, it should be changed over here. Let's see here. So I got the category changed, but did the name of the stream change? Yes, there we go. Watching Combo Breaker top 8. Perfect. All right, let's do this. Let's do this here. Okay. Okay. Oh, whoops. Oh, hang on. I don't want to blow your ears out, because I know Hell Pockets likes to yell.
Sent a couple I was right. But I'm going to call this one down the middle because I am a professional. Sir.
All right, let's get to the start over here. This is going to be Goichi versus Chris G. Before I start here, it is not looking particularly strong. Let's try to do 1080p and see if that works. Obviously, I'm streaming, so it might not work so well, but let's go. So what's the sentiment on the city streets about City of the Wolves? Good game. Yes, it is. It is. Oh, cool. It updated in real time. Awesome, Mexicantonese. Thank you for that. God, you know, I think Mike Watson is actually, I believe he's Cantonese, or does he know Mandarin? I don't remember, but he's half Mexican, half Chinese as well. I can't remember if he's Cantonese or Mandarin, but I was just thinking about that. But he was definitely born a lot earlier than '89. So, well, you know, if Tizak was good, you know, that might be nice. So a lot of people like this game. As I predicted, there's, you know, certain aspects of the system mechanics that some people would like to see improved, but that's just the nature of the beast for all fighting games, right? If, in other words, you know, I said this on stream, like if you don't hear top players going like, man, I really wish City of the Wolves would change this, like if you don't hear them complaining about the game, that's actually like, there's something wrong, because like, no fighting game is going to be perfect, especially coming out the gate like this. And so people are always going to want to see improvements. But from a starting standpoint, it seems like a lot of people really enjoy this game. Obviously, right now, it's just the narrative around the game isn't strong. Like, I know there's not a lot of people online, so you can't find a lot of people on ranked, which really kind of sucks because fighting games grow, but you know, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. You go there, you can't find ranked, so you never jump on ranked. And so the next people who jump on the game never jump on ranked. So the next people who jump on never jump on ranked. And like, so it just basically keeps perpetuating itself. And a game that doesn't have easy match finding on ranked, it's hard. It's really hard for a fighting game to be successful when you can't find matches on ranked. Like, you know, the original big three, which was Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Tekken. And in a way, you could still call Mortal Kombat 1 part of the big three, because all three of those games, you jump online, you go on ranked, you find matches very, very easily. So, you know, it's definitely hard for the games that don't have as many people online, unfortunately. Oh, man. Hopefully, yeah, and Ken and Chun-Li, I think, will help Pulsar Skate. And, but, I mean, it's so suited for old school mentality. This game is so good for old school mentality. I keep telling all these people, like, you should play this. And I talked to one top Street Fighter player, and I was like, bro, like, I know you like heart games. I know you're not the biggest fan of 5 and 6 and the way they play. Go play Mark of the Wolves, City of the Wolves. And unfortunately, you know, the one thing that we've also learned is that if you're marketing your game like a AAA game, it's got to present as a AAA game. Well, I like the graphics in this game. I think the graphics are great. The filters are awesome and stuff. There's still something about it that a lot of people see and don't like. And so, like, the guy I was talking to was just like, yeah, I don't play the game because I just don't like the way it looks. He's like, I think it still looks like a PS1 game. And I'm like, it doesn't look anything like a PS1. Like, PS3, okay, I'll give you that. But, you know, that's the problem, right? Like, if you sell a game for $60 and you market it as a AAA title and it gets on, you know, WWE and it gets all these boxing things and we see all these advertisements for it everywhere, you kind of expect the game to present in AAA fashion, but the graphics aren't up to snuff, which is kind of sad because Mark of the Wolves was known for being ahead of its time in terms of, it was their third strike. It was really beautiful. But then also, I know a lot of people are complaining about like the features, the one-player content, etc., etc. It's just kind of unfortunate, really. Yeah, as someone that played fighting games since SF2 and even before, I really enjoy it. Feels like a perfect mix between old and new. Yeah, exactly, exactly. The problem is when we think back to what PS1 looks like, we don't remember just how fugly PS1 was because we accepted it back then and it was still significant. Like, it was new. Like, oh my God, the 3D is amazing, right? Like, we probably imagined Jill Valentine looking way more like having a lot more detail than she actually did, right? Like, our memories like to fool us like that. I mean, sometimes I think back to old arcade games I played. Like, there's an old game called Crystal Castles that I remember was the most beautiful game. And now when I look at it, I was like, there's only like 4 colors. What the heck? Wait. And I get so sad. I get so sad because I was just like, this game looked so much more colorful and beautiful in my memory. Because, you know, back then when that was the best that you got, like, you embellished it in your imagination in a lot of ways, honestly. Oh, man. Yeah, the DOA models, I'm sure, from PS1 to, oh wow, PS1 to Dreamcast to Xbox. Yeah, I mean, the graphics had to have gone through a lot of improvements during that run. Because I remember what the first DOA looked like, because we had it at the UCLA arcade all the time. Anyways, this is Goichi using Marco. He has a mix-up in particular that blew everybody up. The reason why this mix-up blew everyone up is because it looks the same on startup, but it is a true high-low mix-up that basically cannot be fuzzied. And Marco's ability is that when he lands both of these setups, they both lead into stronger combos. Other characters can do it, like Gato can kind of do something similar, but unfortunately for Gato, like if he lands the overhead on you, he has to spend a ton of resources in order to get similar damage to Marco does. So I want to see him implement this. Now, obviously in a patch after Combo Breaker, they improved the input lag. After they did that, Goichi actually tweeted out, he was like, oh, that means people can probably block the mix-up better. I'm going to switch to another character. And I was like, whoa. and if you guys saw my Twitter conversation with Idom, that right there is what metagame is the real definition of the word metagame, is the game outside the game. So, like, because you know this game has a little bit more input lag, you'll play a character with good high-low mix-ups because it's harder to block because of the input lag. As soon as they fix the input lag, then you switch to another character. So it's not actually the game. You're not changing the strategy because of the game. You're changing the strategy because of stuff outside the game. That's what meta used to mean. Nowadays, everyone just says meta as in this is the best thing you can do. This is the optimal way to play the game. And in fact, some people have said that meta stands for most effective tactic available, which is not what it meant ever, but it's a nice, modern take on it. So if people want to use meta as if it was an acronym this whole time, all right, let's go. I accept it. I accept it. So, oh man, Facebook. What's Facebook? What is Facebook? Sayonara. I'm sorry. I see. That's a good band. Which band were we talking about? Shoot, I can't even remember now. Anyways, let's keep going. Oh, and of course, Chris G is using Hokutomaru, who, while doesn't have a wake-up DP, which is something that makes him weaker, because it's always nice to have that, he doesn't even have a light DP as a get-off-me move. However, the fact that he can change his jump arc in like 900 ways makes him so strong. Anytime you play a game like this and you have the ability to change your jump arc, whether it's Street Fighter, KOF, Fatal Fury, even Darkstalkers, but then again, everybody in Darkstalkers can do it, but that's why everybody's so cheap. But if you can change your jump arc in these kind of games, it is massive, right? Obviously, for games where you can chicken guard or, you know, or Marvel games, you know, super jumping and stuff, it's not as important. But for games with like no direct air blocking and all that stuff like that, and, you know, very fixed anti-air mechanics and stuff like that, having the ability to change your jump arc is kind of ridiculous. Very, very, very strong. Oh, okay. Meta. Meta is yeah, Meta is they stole that name, which kind of makes me sad. Anyway, here we go.
Yep, and you know Marco wants that, right? He's going to end every single string with that rev blow for the hard
Open it too, honestly. That's a good way to get in, and he's going to break it just to keep it safe. You press a button, he's probably going to DP you.
Okay, great block right there. The Justifins are in.
Okay, I like the Justifins,
Not trying to commit too heavy to
but
that
we're not
defense.
seeing any of the guard cancels yet.
But in the air, my lord.
God, that Shuriken is way faster than I thought.
Be careful with that. And now he's cranking up that rev gauge. You know, sometimes when you
See, freaking double jumps, man. Like, man, freaking double jumps, dude.
Seconds into the game, and we got our first hit, which leads to a big hard knockdown from Chris G.
He throws himself into the corner immediately afterwards, and here's my super buddy. Almost overheated.
Hello?
Chris G cannot afford to block too many more strings. Whoa, that down C from out of nowhere.
So treacherous right there, man. Look at the amount of hits done on that just to get that full confirmed. Chris G.
God, dashes are so fast in this game. Holy crap. Wow, nice tech.
And that should be round one for Chris G.
This is one thing that's important to learn about Fatal Fury when you're playing this game, is that if you are at that range, so if you are at this range, like even like this far, like even further than that, like if you're at this range, you actually have to be worried about throws, because run throw is so strong in this game, because it's hella fast. It's hella fast, and also that's why I like to add an extra throw button next to my rev guard button, because forward and rev guard is dash, and then you just hit throw, so you can just kind of, you can't plink it because then you don't move anywhere, but it's just really easy to dash into throw by having your input set up like that.
The light attack, unfortunately, not much coming after. Gets the down C anyway, and that should be round one for Chris G.
How did he get that down C? Oh, I see.
Gets the down C anyway, and that should be round one for Chris G.
And also notice something too, the way that I'm watching this a lot of the time, I'll be watching it, and what a lot of people do when they watch matches, they're like, oh, cool, there's a hit, blah, blah, blah. A lot of times when I'm studying and analyzing games and stuff like that, I'll be sitting here, and, you know, it's easy to have your mind wander, especially if you're ADHD or whatever like that. But, you know, if you're studying a game and you're trying to learn how to play it, one of the most important things to look at is, how did this guy get hit? Where did that come from? Right? So I'm just sitting here, okay, yeah, I was in big combo. If I was commentating, oh my God, here we go, big combo. And like my brain might have just not even remembered how that hit happened. But when I'm watching it like this, I'm going to go back and see, because the whole point of fighting games is getting somebody opened up, right? That is your goal in fighting games, is to open up somebody. In other words, make it so that their defense fails them. And that's always going to be one of the key moments to study in fighting games, because that's how you're going to land the damage, right? And so every time someone gets a big hit or something like that, and I don't remember how it landed, I'll always go back and see how that situation arrived where the person landed the hit, and then be like, oh, interesting, he was probably, and in that situation, it was Chris G was probably trying to check any sort of forward movement. And Goichi dashed into it and hit him. That's as simple as it was. It was a read that he was going to be on the offense. He threw out a button, ran into it. That simple. But, again, what that means then is that, okay, if that's happening at the highest levels of the game, then that's something I have to think about using as well, potentially. If I'm using Hokutomaru and someone's just dashing in at me all day and I never do anything about it, maybe it's time to start thinking about throwing crouch heavy punches out every once in a while. Again, no matter what fighting game you're playing, your number one actual goal in fighting games is to open your opponent up. is to make it so that they fail to defend. And that's what I call the mix-up, right? The mix-up is what you're really trying to do. Obviously, it's not always a mix-up. A lot of it can just be footsies, et cetera. But that's your main goal. So when you're watching a fighting game match at home and you're slowly watching it, if you see a big hit and you see a big combo, you're like, that's a fun combo. I'm going to learn that combo. No, don't learn the combo. Learn the situation in which he was able to land the combo. Because you're never going to land this combo unless you know when you can land the combo. Always study the situations when somebody gets hit. That is so important. Cool. I didn't know if it means uninterruptible string or reaction-based string or both. Oh, what's up, Jake? Yeah, dude, Goichi was ridiculous. I mean, he does lose here, but he was ridiculous. I don't see, oh, what does hit confirm mean? Oh, okay. I can show you. I can easily show you exactly what a hit confirm is. Okay, let me use my beautiful Stream Deck over here. Woo, there we go. Okay, so let me show, ooh. I put in a new spring. I put in a significantly heavier spring into my joystick because I'm still getting accidental inputs. So this is gonna be interesting. I haven't actually taken this new spring online yet. We'll just use Terry because people are used to Terry. Oh yeah, there we go. So people are used to Terry, so we'll just use Terry. And we'll beat up on Rock because nothing like beating up on your kid. It's always like really, really cool. So it has nothing to do with super. It has nothing to do with super glitching. It's just combo. That's it. So what a hit confirm is, I can do something like this. What is a good? Oh, actually, you know what? A lot of these characters have good feints to hit confirm with, right? So, oops, wrong button. I have to remember the control scheme here. So like this, right? So Terry can do heavy punch, forward heavy punch into forward feint. And you can see he's +8. My crouching heavy punch, no, that's too slow. My standing heavy punch is 8 frames. So this is a combo here, right? So that's a combo, right? And then if I hit you, I can do, and then I can do whatever the heck I want at this point, right? At this point, I can do whatever the heck I want, right? But this is also a hit confirm because if my opponent happens to block it, oops, I can just stop after the feint and now I'm +3, right? So I can do, and then, or I can do, let's see, jab like that, right? So I can basically make sure that I keep the pressure going, like so. And the reason why it's called a hit confirm is because if I now throw him onto random block, that initial sequence gives me enough time to react with the jab if he blocks the first part, or the heavy punch if I hit him, right? Like so. Oops, I can't do heavy burn knuckle there, but so I can jab if he blocks, like so, and then if he gets hit, I can still do my combo. So what I'm literally doing is confirming whether they got hit or not, and if they didn't get hit, I can go into a block string sequence, but if I do hit them, I can confirm it into a combo. Now, obviously, this gets super complex because some games, like Punk in Street Fighter V, can low forward, and then, oh, it hit, I can still do Karin's Tenko. And he's hit confirming off of one button. It's what makes Chun-Li so strong in Third Strike, because she can confirm off of one button. Her crouching medium kick, she just crouching medium kick. Did it hit? Super. Did it not hit? I do nothing. But that requires really good reactions. This one for Terry here in particular is really easy because I got that entire time to see if it hit, right? And I'll tell you right now, always assume it's gonna hit, and if it gets blocked, go to the block route instead. It's easier to stop yourself from doing something than it is to make yourself do something on a reaction. So, so you can just basically do that, right? So you have all that time right there to see if Rock is getting hit. Now, other hit confirms you can do in this game, for example, you can late cancel heavy kicks and heavy punches like that. And so because of that, you can actually hit confirm that by looking at their super meter, looking at their life meter. If you see their life go down, you always do quarter circle forward. If you see their life go down, you hit light kick. If you don't see their life go down, you don't press any button. And so, like I said, always assume you are gonna hit them. And people with better reactions than me can do this more consistently. But it is possible. It is humanly possible for some people and not me. I wonder if heavy punch is easier for Terry. Let me see. Oops, I can't. Oh, I have no meter. I have no meter. So I couldn't. I might have been actually doing it, and I just wasn't actually. Oh Jesus. What are my settings here? Do I not have it to auto recover? I don't have it set to auto recover. Oh, here we go. Power gauge. There we go. Infinite. Okay. So I might have actually been doing it right. That's my excuse. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, see, if I can do it, other people, it's not that hard. Oh shoot, I predicted. I was like, there's no way the training mode would block 4 times in a row. This is why I have bad reactions, because I can't stop my brain from predicting, and I hate it. Wait, is he on a random block right now? He is, Jesus. There we go. But you can see, like, I can actually hit confirm this. So this is what a hit confirm is any sequence that gives you the ability to go down one path and be safe if it's blocked, or even have an advantage if it's blocked, or go down the full combo path if you do hit them. This is a particularly high-level hit confirm, but it is possible, as you can see. But for the most part, most people are going to be doing oh, okay, oh, okay, now I'll do it. So nothing, nothing, oh, now I can do a combo. I don't know what Terry's combo to do in that situation. Probably this, actually. Let's see. So, in general, you want to have for beginners, you want to have a sequence of 3 things, or, a decent amount of time. But as a result, as you can see, this is a very easy hit confirm here, because I got 3 lights to do. And if he blocks it, I won't, whoops, I did the wrong move. Okay, now he's never blocking, so shout outs to you, Rock. So then I can do nothing, right? I'm -2, but I'm over here. I'm safe, I'm fine. So this is a hit confirm. So I'm not gonna do anything. Oh, I hit him. Okay, finish the combo. So as you can see, there's so many different kinds of hit confirms. And the better you get at fighting games, it's gonna change what kind of hit confirms are gonna be available to you based off of your skill level. For the most part, if you are a beginner, your best ones are going to be medium button in the medium button. Oh, they're getting hit. I can finish. Or light, light, light. So a lot of characters Kimberly, for example, she can do crouching strong, standing strong, right? And so you can do crouching strong, standing strong, and by then you can tell if they've gotten hit or not, and you could finish the combo. Or you can do light, light, light. Oh, they're getting hit into the light vagabond edge. Or if they're blocking, I go jab, jab, jab into nothing. Those are going to be the starting hit confirms that you're going to learn from the very beginning. But you have to make sure it's safe, right? Like someone mentions Zangief over here, right? Like Zangief can, do crouching medium punch into lariat into 720. So you walk up and you go, crouching medium punch lariat. Oh, they block. I'm not going to super. I hit them. I'm going to super. The problem is on block, after they block your lariat, you're like minus forever. So you will die. So you have to make sure that your hit confirm when it goes to the path that it's blocked, that you actually have something that keeps you at least relatively safe, or at least puts you in a position enough that the opponent has to think about attacking you right away. It's funny because even before this was discussed, like, we didn't have a term for hit confirming, but I had this whole section in my Marvel Superheroes FAQ that was like, do this to start your combo. If they block, here's the other path you can go down to keep yourself safe. We didn't have terminology for it, but we were still doing it back then, you know? So that's basically how that works. So that's hit confirming. All right, let's keep going.
We talk about how good that normal is, and of course, Marco always looking for that dash. That dash throw game, the strike throw from him so good. Why not just throw out that normal?
I mean, honestly, man, you could say that Marco's got some mobility for a big fella like that, but maybe not enough to catch this little ninja boy.
Not at all, man. This dude's been running around Southtown beating up all the villains, bro. And there's an overhead.
Isn't that insane?
Interesting. So that's a frame trap right there. If you don't know what a frame trap is, right there. So basically what happens with frame traps is that this move usually is negative on block, so you want to take your turn or you want to punish him. But if he cancels into a special move and you don't realize it and you press a button, the gap between that standing heavy into this rolling up kick right here is so small that if you press any buttons, you're just going to come out with a move and get counter hit. There's not enough time for any of your moves to actually hit in time. So the gap is so small that if you ever press a button, you're going to get hit. That's what a frame trap is. Originated largely from 3D games like Tekken and Virtua Fighter, and now has finally kind of moved over to Street Fighter and Fatal Fury as games have increased more and more input buffer.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah, there's a wild hit though off the counter. This is big for Chris G. Gonna go for the super. Yeah, purify yourself, my guy.
G looking real good. Remember, this is 2 out of 3, so if he wins this one, he's only got to take one more game, and he's in the winner's final situation.
Was it really only 2 out of 3? Even in top 8? They didn't go 3 out of 5 right from the get-go? That's crazy. So just block to avoid frame traps. Yeah, basically. You just have to know, but the tricky thing about frame traps is that if the opponent knows you're going to block, so again, if I come back to this situation again, and I actually set him to guard all, because this light punch is only 5 frames, right? And if I did this sequence that whoops, wrong button. And if I did this sequence that I told you about here, I'm +3, right? So in other words, my light punch is basically, I've given you a 2-frame gap. So in other words, you have a 2-frame gap here to actually do anything. So in other words, if I record Rock to do his, let's see, recording, reversal guard. So if I actually record Rock to do light punch, like so, so in other words, if I make him block, he's going to light punch. And the recording said reversal, so I know I did it at the fastest speed. But if you notice, his light punch is 5 frames. It takes 5 frames to hit. And because I'm +3, and then I do my 5-frame attack, that's +3, and then minus that 5 minus the 3 means there's a 2-frame gap in there. So if I do this, like this, he can jab there, but if I jab, I will be able to hit him faster. That's a frame trap right there, right? So no matter what you press, unless it's invincible, I will win. And this is really important. This is why plus frames are so important in a lot of these modern fighting games, because if you have plus frames, you kind of just have to hold this, right? Now the nice thing about this game is you got a light DP, so you could light DP my jab if you wanted to. Like after you block this, you see this, you could just super, you could light DP, You could just defend and try to, guard cancel that, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of mechanics that you can do here. But the problem is, it's never as simple as just saying just block to avoid the frame trap. Because if you know they're gonna do the frame trap, and so you're like, okay, so then, screw this. I'm not gonna press a button, right? And then, like, that happens, right? So, like, it's fast, too. And like I said, that's why I put Rev Guard and Throw next to each other, because then I can easily just do, like, oh, too fast. I can just do that, right? And that's the whole concept of turns. When you hear about fighting games and turns and stuff, it's about, if I'm plus, the thing I should do every time is jab, because I will win that turn every time. And the thing that you should do every time is block, because you can't beat my jab. But if I know you're going to jab every time in that frame trap, I can uppercut you every time. Or if the other person knows you're going to block every time because you know you can't beat the button, that's going to let me throw you, or maybe even reset it like that, right? So like I can do stuff like, I'm not used to the muscle memory for this yet, but let's see. I have to hit, okay, yeah, okay. So like if I do that, like I'm just building up your rev gauge now, because you're thinking I should never press a button here because it's not my turn. But that's how the opponents can take advantage of it. That's where a lot of the guessing game and the mind game for Street Fighter V, Street Fighter VI, and actually Fatal Fury and Tekken and Virtua Fighter, that's where a lot of the mix-ups come from, are these plus situations. So it's very important to understand that concept of turns and frame traps, etc., etc., etc. Again, in this game, you have invincible normal. So if I just set Rock to do DP, like a light DP like that, I can do this to my heart's content, and I'm just gonna get DP'd, right? So like whatever. But that sucks that it only hits once. What the hell? I could super if I wanted to, so I could do like, oh, I didn't get that reversal timing, so let's try that again. Yeah, there's reversal timing, like so. So in other words, if I set that to that, I could just do, and then, oh my god, he has no invulnerability. I did not know that. I did not know that Super had no invulnerability. Whoops. Okay, but, oh, well, I could do a level 2, or I could, maybe the Raging Storm actually works. So let's try the Raging Storm here, like so. Yeah, there you go. So Wild Punish, so that actually works there. So his Punch Super is the invincible one right there. So, again, this game is not as restrictive as something like Street Fighter V. In Street Fighter VI, if you don't have meter, the only thing you can do is perfect parry. But that's one more thing than you can do in Street Fighter V. Street Fighter V, like, if you have no meter, if Karin does crouching medium punch to stand medium punch, there's literally nothing you can do. You just have to hold that. Like, there's literally nothing you can do. So the turns were particularly harsh in Street Fighter V. They're still harsh in Street Fighter VI, but you have a lot more mechanics. You have a lot more availability to have ODDPs because you start with a full meter. You at least do have a perfect parry option to take advantage of people autopiloting their pressure. So, if some guy's just like, oh, I know you can't do anything, so I'm going to do this every time. You just perfect parry that jab, and then you can kill him. And you can do the same thing with Rock, too, right? You can literally just be like, oh, okay, you're going to do this sequence every time. I'll blow you up with a just defend into guard cancel or something like that. So, yeah, that's right. The game does tell you if it's invincible or not. That's right. It actually does tell you. I forgot that it says it. It says invincible. So that's what a frame trap is, and that's why, yeah, you should always block a frame trap, but that's where the mind games come from. Because again, if I tell you that there's a solution to something, so if I said, yes, you should always block when the enemy frame traps you, and that in fact actually does defeat frame traps every single time, then frame traps are completely useless. So again, one of the things that you have to keep in mind when you play fighting games is that, do I always do this? The answer is always going to be no. Because if there's no way to get around what you're doing, it's not a fighting game. Like, there has to be a way to defeat the thing that you're doing. Otherwise, what I talked about, how you need to open people up, there's no way to open people up. And then you have no fighting game. So anytime you're like, God, this thing is cheap, how do I defend against it? Well, if the opponent chooses this option, you do this. If he chooses this option, you do this. If he chooses this option, you do this. That's the actual answer. That's the actual answer. And that's what makes it really tricky, is that you have to play the game so that you are always reading what your opponent's tendencies are. You might find someone who's just a spaz button masher, and so like you're just gonna block every time, and that's cool. And now he never throws you when he tries to frame trap you, so you just block every time. You're fine, right? You could play someone who just wants to throw all the time, and so if they try to throw all the time, then after you block the frame trap, you do a short hop, and they whiff their throw, and you kill them, etc., etc. But the answer is always going to be based on what the opponent is doing. So every time you run into a situation in a fighting game, you're like, how do I defend this? And the answer is always, well, what are the options that the other guy can do? And based off of those options, how do you answer each one of those? And yes, now you have to guess which one they're gonna do. But the nice thing is, if you know all the options they have and all the options you have to counter them, you'll never do anything that doesn't work at all. You'll know, okay, I'm in this situation. Here's my 3 guesses. I'll choose this one right now because he shimmies a lot. And if you're wrong, then you're like, cool, I guessed wrong. The problem is, if you don't study the situation, you're like, what? He hit me when I did this? He hit me when I did this? He hit me? You don't realize that you've just guessed wrong and you're being read. And it's really only like 3 options the opponent has, but because you're panicking, you're being obvious, and so he knows what you're changing to every single time. So it feels oppressive. But even if you know the options and get hit 3 times in a row, it feels far less oppressive because you're like, oh, he guessed right. Oh, he guessed right. Whoa, he read me again. Good shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's not as psychologically damaging. So it's very important to know what the opponent's options are in all the mix-up situations so that you know how to respond, you know what to actually guess that actually works. Because, you know, I could be like, oh, well, in this situation, when this happens, I'm going to try to hold up back and jump away. And you find out that the string that they're doing in the first place catches you out of pre-jump frames. And so holding jump was completely useless anyway. And so, you know, that shouldn't have been an option that you chose at all. And so, you know, that's why Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI are mind games. Because you have to study every single situation that comes up. Oh, after he drive rushed this button, here's the mix-up. After he knocks me down and dashes, here's the mix-up. After this, here's the mix-up. And in games like Fatal Fury City of the Wolves or Street Fighter 4 or other games like that, you have more invincible DPs, invincible backdashes, focus attacks, all sorts of things. And so you could just say, you know what, I don't care what the frame data is, I'm gonna just Dragon Punch. Like, fuck it, DP. I call heart games the fuck it DP genre. And if you have that option, like, you're just like, okay, he knocks me out, dashes up to me, I'll DP. And it's gonna be everything except block or walking away, right? Like, so you don't have to know what all the situations are, because in every situation, you can boil it down to, do I DP or not? And that style of game appeals to a lot of people out there, which is why it makes it hard for them to play games like Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI, because fuck it, DP doesn't exist in those games. They just don't. And also, if you're wrong on the DP, you die. You die so badly. Oh, man. Anyways, okay. I mean, I hope this is helpful to people. I know I've said a lot of this before, but you know, stating it over and over and over again and having people hear it a lot really cements it, really seals in the flavor. So let's keep going.
RB and immediate Hall Kenny.
Koichi been doing
And
that
apparently that is confirmed to be King back there, a much elderly king.
all weekend, bro.
He's checking it. This is actually going to be in here.
So again, what did he check him with? How did he hit him? Again, so like last time it was like, oh, how fortunate that he just crouched fierce to him, running into him. But as you can see, this is a read that Chris has had, right? So he's like, he likes to dash in on me. So he already just had this button sticking out. And from that range, he can cancel it into this kick here and never have to worry about having a block, because if Goichi doesn't dash forward, the light punch comes out, it doesn't hit anything, and you can't cancel it on whiff, so nothing happens. And so the only way the light punch is ever going to get canceled into the kick is if Goichi literally dashes into it. And so that's what we call the whiff option select, which is just at a range where your button would miss them. You throw the button out and buffer it into a special move, and if the opponent doesn't stick out a button, or if they don't dash forward, your button whiffs, and so there's no cancel, and you're fine. So you can do that, like do button into DP, right? Like, let's just say DP works. This is not what you would cancel into, but it's a great example because DPs die on whiff, right? So I can literally just do like strong into DP, strong into DP, strong into DP at a range where I'm so far away from the opponent that I will never hit them. The DP input's just gonna get eaten up by the recover of my standing strong. But if the guy dashes forward and gets hit to the standing strong, then the DP will come out because you can cancel at that point. Remember, you can't cancel on whiff, you can only cancel on hit. That is called the whiff option select. So that's how you see a lot of players from range. Like, they'll just be playing footsies, you see them go, attack, attack, and then the other guy attack, and then attack into the special move, and you're like, wow, how did he? No, he was doing the special move every single time he pressed that button. You just can't see it. And again, that's one of the things that makes fighting games so hard to learn, because a lot of the shit that people and top players are doing, you can't see. So how do you learn something that you never see actually happen? And if no one tells you, you have no idea that they were doing that. And welcome to fighting games.
Bro,
He's checking it. This is actually going to be in here.
that is going to be it. One more game after this.
If you're someone who cares about healthy eating and increasing the protein in your diet, listen up, because we have the ultimate protein.
Kim's run stop, it's not worth it on hit. It's not worth it on hit unless you're late into a combo. Unless you're late into a combo and really want to do a reset. But in general, it's not as useful for Kim. Well, you can do a lot of cool things with Kim, with hit confirms like standing heavy punch into heavy vagabond, but into run stop not as often for whiff option selects.
Some people have Kevin's, some people have Hokutomaru. Understand capabilities of the character.
Safe on block. That if it hits, you can go into rev blow, foot and arm knock.
My cat just took a dump in the litter box, and holy crap. Hang on a second. Closing the door. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Okay.
Down to make these deaths. And also being one of the few characters that can actually combo into EX moves off of lights.
And obviously the RPS roulette that can happen once he gets to.
So right now, my take on this match is that Chris is noting that Goichi is very aggressive. So that time was a backwards jump, and it stopped the initial run. So, like, he's throwing buttons out for Goichi to run into. So I think Goichi is playing this a little too aggressive. So I can't wait to see what the adjustment is later on.
Knockdown, but you gotta knock the kid down first, and Chris G has not left his feet for 3 rounds now.
Oh man, the springs in them shoes giving him that extra jump. He baited the Marco Tatsu.
You all hit the pumps.
Oh.
Dump kicks, and we're gonna get another one.
Oh, is that not? That's not actually a standing punch right there. That's his low guard, right? That's his the high dodge attack. I'm just gonna check. I'm not gonna switch the screen. I'll let you know if that's what it is. I still have to learn how to recognize a lot of those moves. So let me see. Yeah, that's the high dodge attack. Okay, that one where he just kind of sticks the arm out is the high dodge attack because it worked as an anti-air against Goichi, and I was like, interesting. Just using standing jab as an anti. I was like, no, wait, that's the high dodge attack. That's why that worked. Okay. So again, you'll see right here, right there.
Watch it from the shadows. Arms folded. All right. Ooh, big
Yeah.
overhead. He's gonna pop
So this is what I was talking about. This is the mix-up that he's got, right? He can dash overhead, and then he can also do a feint into a low. And the timing's the same, and if I'm not mistaken, the feint looks very, very similar to the overhead. And that's what makes it scary. And Marco can get some good damage off of that. So, see, right there. Okay, yeah, that was it right there. So it doesn't look exactly the same. But see right here, the same frame kill to get the same kind of frame advantage, and he does the feint into the low. So he could have did overhead and then just looped it, but he did feint into low, and that's the mix-up right there. That's the mix-up that Marco does. Again, I mean, Goichi said that now that the input lag is better, he's switching to somebody else. But for the most part, most people have said Marco is like top 5 after seeing what Goichi did in this tournament, and you know, just seeing more Marco players out there. He is definitely like top 5 at this point. So same, you see, same mix-up, right? So he does this. This is the exact same thing. He does that kick into an empty jump, presses a button in the air to add a few extra landing recovery frames to actually make the frame to make the frame kill meaty better, to actually for the right frame advantage. And then he did the fake, and this time he went for the throw. So he can either go high, he can go low, or he can go for the throw. And he still has that mix-up after the throw. So instead of worrying about throw loops, he just jumps and he gets the same mix-up. And this time he chose to go overhead, and Chris blocked it. Oh. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Why did he get hit? He just... Oh... he might have held forward on the controller, because again, remember, you can hyper defend in this game, which is just like red parry in Street Fighter 3. So if you hold forward, you can't, you can actually get hit in the middle of block strings to make sure it's not just free to try to hyper defend against everything all the time. So Chris might have tried to hyper defend there and just mistimed it and got punched in the face.
He swung in the middle of the 2-hit sequence.
What are you doing?
I think he thought maybe it's not real. I might be able to get a super off in the middle of that.
Yeah.
But that string is certainly real. It's baked in.
That flurry of jabs definitely looked a little desperate. Desperation move, if you will.
Oh, man.
Didn't get it there. Goichi taking that first one. That 5B.
That 5B is crazy. You got to be careful. If he's got 2 bars in SPG, you know he's going for it.
It's coming, yeah. Level 1 supers do so much damage in this game. Chris G trying to pack on some of that overheat meter.
And how crazy was it that Chris G was basically looking like 1 game away from going into winners finals, but now has to come from behind technically, has to win 2 rounds here, and Goichi also big show, got knocked out of SBG, no hard knocks.
So that was just a cross-up. Yeah, he just landed a cross-up.
Got knocked out of SBG.
I wonder if Goichi was expecting some sort of air movement or something.
Down here holding on to the
Oh, empty low.
big city.
See, again, every time someone gets hit, I'm always trying to figure out exactly why they got hit, so I know the options. I never do empty low. God, that is just one of the options that I always forget exists, and I really need to use that more because it's really strong.
No, the one empty low on the side. You like the mix? I'm into that too, brother.
Oh, had to do that. Get off me, young
Oh. He just punished him. It said punish. Yeah, he just punished the landing frames. That's all it was. Maybe that's why Pulsar Skate, they buffed Ryu. They were like, nah, Marco can't be the only one with a cannon. We gotta give it to Ryu too.
It's got to be a scary thing for Marco to see it, to try and DP against his characters. Remember, the hurt box shrinks in the air at a moment's notice. If he goes for the air feint, you can end up whipping it and getting punished on the way down.
Ooh, punish counter.
Perfect spacing from NY Chris G.
Ridiculous spacing. That's like the 4th time this set that he has navigated through that EX Tatsu. And it really
Oh.
Marco tries to hit him out, and Marco's
So again, what was that exactly? He just did a button into feint, and then he just went for the low. Okay, so which button was that? I think that was just a standing. Which button was this? Looks like. Okay, is that close heavy? Yeah, that's close heavy. Okay, that's 6 frames. So we just did close heavy into feint. And that's +1. Yeah. So close heavy into forward feint is +1. And so Chris has the advantage. So here is an example of even top players getting hit by frame traps, because Goichi's like, well, what if he doesn't throw out a fast 5-frame button? So he presses here and he ends up getting hit because Hokutomaru was actually plus in that situation.
tries to hit him out, and Marco's close to losing that RPG. Great match, though.
I don't know if Marco's got a 4-frame normal, but
I will tell you this, I'm glad that Ryo's relevant again, because he sucked too long in Street Fighter 5. I just felt so bad for
it's
him.
hard to challenge if you do not have a 4-frame normal. That crouch
Ugh.
from NY Chris G's Hokutomaru is 4 frames. He can match out.
See, he has that frame kill off of every setup. Now the tricky thing is, if you roll forward, if you roll backwards, your wake up timing is different. And now obviously there's 2 different distances you can roll backwards and roll forward. But because he got knocked down by the super, you can't roll. That's a hard knockdown, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, so he got hit by the super right here,
I don't know if Marco's
like
got a
this,
4-frame
and
normal, but
so
it's hard to challenge.
you cannot. It doesn't say hard knockdown. I thought it said hard knockdown. Maybe not.
From NY Chris G's Hokutomaru is 4 frames. He can match out. Good block there. The momentum has been stalled.
Has been the jump back beat. Christian, okay, he's right back in. Neutral skip elbow. Gets the knockdown, and he's close to 2 bars.
Oh no!
The mini slide.
Chris actually thought he was gonna cross up,
Right back in. Neutral skip
because I felt that too, right? Like it looked. I think he thought he was gonna cross up here, and so what he did was holding down back and button, which turns into down forward and button on the wrong side. So he came out with the slide by accident.
He's close to 2 bars here. Misses the mini slide. That's actually going to hurt, but it's not over just yet. One more mix pockets.
He said no more. I'm not even going to guess it.
And that's one of the tough things, right? Like, you can see it, like, if you listen to the commentators here, like, they didn't talk about that. It's hard in the fast match. Man, you miss so many things about what's going on there. It's so hard. So it's like, it's easy to just be like, man, why didn't they call that out? Dude, like, things are happening so goddamn fast, and you have to jump to the next thing. Ugh.
And one more shot is going to possibly do it, especially in this situation. Looking for the opening is Chris G.
Looking for the big quick punish here, but the patience.
Oh,
He overheated. Couldn't launch him. He couldn't finish the string. And now he has to be super careful. He has no access to any of his strongest techniques.
Yeah, and he hit. Oh, the multiple kunai through. And he can't take any chip.
Luigi can definitely just JD for the rest of the
ah!
He threw a fireball at the multi-hitting Shuriken, and Chris G is in winners finals and qualifies for EWC.
Deserved pop on Chris G with the biggest kunais right through the fireball. You are not taking this one. Chris
Also, how loud is the voice to the commentary for you guys? Because it's really loud for me, so I'm going to turn my volume down. So it might be quieter for you guys, so I'm not hearing it at the right volume. So I'm going to turn it up a little so you guys can hear the commentary a little bit better over here. Ah, what did I do? Okay, well, at least it was at the end of a match. All right, so let's just do this.
to your ref blow, you lose access to your hidden gear, which
Oh, cool. Gato, yeah. So this is my main character, and he's a little more technical. He has a little bit stubbier buttons, but I still think he's super good. I'm just gonna wait to see if more strong Gatos come out of the woodwork. However, the best characters in this game are like super good, super good. So it's gonna be hard
Can refund your meter.
for Gato to really sort of get any basically any like good traction compared to the top characters.
And it also says when you put it in the center like that, you might this kind might touch me a little bit. So
A little bit, yeah, and I'll be able to use this meter, but there's that kind fireball. What makes that fireball so damn good is that it hits so high up and it moves him away. But look at the meter already on Reynolds.
yeah, Rhino already starting on strong, and RB in the corner on defense, not looking.
So whenever you
Ooh,
see
swung in the middle of-
Kine do that little up kick and then into nothing, that's his feint. That's a flash kick feint. Kine's feints are so ridiculous, dude. It's kind of crazy.
that string counter hit, this is gonna be a lot of damage unless he goes for the setup. And there's the setup right there. Kicks him SPG.
Oh no, you got
That's a
hit by
two-touch,
it.
bro. Wow, that is a two-touch.
RB from Taiwan, by the way. Him and Gamerby getting top 8, really impressive. So they must have been practicing, and you know, like I said, this game rewards a lot of old school mentality. Gamerby has told me a long time ago he cannot play a character that does not have a Dragon Punch because he just likes to have a DP option at all times. And so a game like Fatal Fury is going to work for him, whereas a game like Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI not going to work for him as well.
Two-touch, if I'm gonna say a perfect game at that emphatic statement. Yeah, he really tried to challenge that orb.
You gotta be careful with the timing there. Run up
Jesus.
throw. Oh boy, he might be in his brain early.
It's looking like it just offends, okay. The RB is just getting pressed right now. Buttons from Kine.
Kind of like a Guile kind of character, except they changed it so his fireballs are no longer sonic booms, like they were in Mark of the Wolves. And for some reason, his rushdown is just stronger than most characters' rushdown. So, whoops.
Doing the damn thing, and we got the lockdown too. The second orb, wow, that was so dirty. The second orb was off screen. You can't even
Yeah,
tell.
I'm not sure that would have hit, but hey, I don't want to find out the hard way, right?
Oh, yeah, no, not at all. Oh, this is actually gonna kill.
Oh, no, just a bit outside. Oh!
The red blow. Reynolds. Oh, there's the flash kick.
Is that a double perfect? Are you kidding me?
Double perfect game.
And Reynolds is the king of. Why did you do that? I don't know. That's Reynolds. That is like Reynolds' fighting game style. And so again, it's one of the reasons why he thrives at games like SNK games and stuff like that. So his playstyle just works really, really good. So yeah, no, for sure. Gato, yeah, Sergio, Gato does have pretty good results. Like I said, I think he's good, right? Like, hey, I'm playing a character that I actually think is good. Shocks. That doesn't happen very often. Enjoy it while you can.
And his eyes undeterred, looking to close this one out to get to winners finals.
I ain't seen him like this since 2013.
He transported, man, right back here. That's what happens when you put a bag in front of people's face, bro.
Dude, I'm telling you, acting different out here.
Acting real.
Hey, give me.
Oh man, if you're RP. Hit two perfects.
The RB for me, probably the player I know the least about in Fatal Fury is the Wolves, kind of the dark horse in that regard. But I don't know if he has this experience, right? Like how many times has he played? I imagine there's a lot online on rank, but.
Again, RB, very strong Urian player in Street Fighter V. And he also picked Dan. If you guys don't remember, he was the one that landed the Danfinite in Street Fighter V in the online premiere that me and Jeremy went nuts over. That I got like super hype when that Danfinite was going on. Pretty sure that was RB.
But this ain't online. We offline
Nice.
out here.
And also the caliber too. We finally get an opening here from RB. Takes Renault immediately out of SPG. Great combo all the way to the wall too. This is what you need. Safe jump setup.
Oh, there's the guard cancel, man. He will do that. But man, that was expensive. He's close to overheating. He has to
Jesus.
use whatever he can to just stay away from the 90th
He's looking
percentile.
like Valle Engroove. He's looking like Valle Engroove from CVS2.
Out the way. One more setup here.
Oh, he tried to press the button there. He was like, no, let me get out, let me get out, get out. Nope. You ain't going nowhere.
Oh, he wasn't even the best. He still sucked, even though that he had the Danfinite. The Danfinite is what actually made him competitive.
Brother,
Gotcha for 3 rounds.
3 rounds.
3 rounds of playtime.
Hey.
Randall's looking to close this one out. This will be in a crazy round start if he wins this here.
And the way RB's playing is right now, I don't want to say timid, but again, the SPG placement let us know he was expecting to take some damage out the gate. And he didn't, I don't think he thought how much exactly. I don't think he...
RB was also the player that long time ago I commented his match and he was doing some Oki pressure and I said, RB, he has the meaties.
Knew that Randall was going to put this on him.
He's putting a hurt on him again. This is going to be another 2-touch situation here.
Pause on him.
He's saving it. Yeah,
That's 98, 97%. You got to be chill.
Nice.
You got to be cool.
We might be looking for a level 3 finish here, maybe for the stop.
Oh, no, he's overheated. That's... Oh! The big wild punish, and Reynolds is in EWC and Winners Finals.
The 2 American players in this top 8 is already in top 3, baby.
The cool thing is, you know, Christie and Reynolds have played each other a lot, and they were both so happy for each other. They're like, USA, USA. Well, I mean, RB, that's literally how you pronounce RB. That's why I made the bad joke. So that's why the joke was there. Okay, here we go. Gamer B.
One of the strongest coming out of that Street
And
Fighter
going
4
up
era. Keep in mind, even
against-
Street Fighter
who
6
is
still
this?
a top player and one of the
Just recently sponsored at 40 years old. There's hope for all of us, baby.
Oh, ZJZ. Okay, okay. I don't recognize him. I don't remember what he looked like. Okay, ZJZ. So again, 3 Taiwanese players in the top 8. That's impressive. I think that's really cool. Let's go Taiwanese.
What a cross on their heavy punch. DP confirmed. CJZ using a better chance.
Absolutely, and you gotta believe that ZJZ probably was looking for the lamest character in this game, and it wasn't Hotaru. He's like, you know what, close enough.
He picked Hokumaru first, and I was like, ZJZ really should be on Hotaru, and he learned it immediately.
Yeah, no, I definitely see the bit.
Hotaru is considered really strong because she just has all the things that she needs, easy ways to confirm, safe stuff, but as well as a rev command throw that she can rev excel off of, so she can get a lot of damage for you blocking. However, I've heard that she's kind of like, some people I've heard say that she's not as strong as she was. Like, she's dropping a little on the tiers, but some people are saying she's still just as nuts as before. So again, she's definitely one of the top 5. So they're painting one of Bijanet. I think they're painting Bijanet's boat. If I'm not mistaken.
Vision here.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of...
Oh, on the way down.
Hey, nice uppercut there. That 4-framer, baby, gonna use that. Dash up throw. I don't need to respect your plus frame, says Gamer B.
All right, got to hold on to that. Yeah, can't get busted by the Rondo trying to punish that. Oh!
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Pulsar Skate, most people, well, a lot of people I know just have Hoktamaru and Hotaru as, you know, the top 2 characters in this
A
game.
little bit too high for that, though. Hey! Thanks for the second shot.
Shimmy!
Got this one. This is going to hurt.
Level 1.
We're done. Yeah.
Yeah, have to do it.
Cashing out. Frivolous usage right there of the rev meter. Spend as much as you can, get the bag, and CJZ taking the first round.
How does Gamer B respond to this here right now? I won't say that was dominant on either way, but it,
See, like, that's just a nice little neutral
She's
skip
taking the
move
first
right
round.
here.
How does Gamer B
Right?
respond to
Well,
this?
actually, that's just her rev blow. That's just her rev blow
I
right
won't say
there,
that was
which
dominant
is
on
good
either
for
way,
most
but it obviously
characters
got away
because
from
it's
him at the end,
armored.
and the wheels started coming off. Has to hold it
Ouch!
together there, maybe not looking for the throw so much in that position, and already starting out round 2 great.
I think right there, using a...
Oh, no!
That was almost real big.
That was cute. Oh, again.
Yeah, he's got to watch the throws. That's what cost him last time. But still,
Yeah.
on the position, yeah, we're going to go to the next round. No, not quite yet.
DJZ kind of, wow.
Oh, try to
You're not
DP.
thinking
There
about
you
this. Okay, I
go.
want to go to the next game.
Box
I don't wanna give you
condom.
any more chance to build any more meter. Let's just get there.
My man's getting froggy with it.
Yeah, jumping around. I mean, she is green, right?
That's actually a good point. You know, maybe he's feeling the energy.
He is. Got the homies in the back watching. They got the soju back there.
Oh, man.
The sausage links, bro. The sausage link dangling off the side of the barrel.
Hibachi?
Yeah, man. Watch your meat, bro. What you doing there? You got to pick it up.
I said the oil bin hibachi.
Yeah, I ain't know BJ was feeding them, man, but here we go.
Man, nothing but the finest meat.
Ooh.
Oh, the finest far D as well to capitalize there. We got all the meter. Are we going to cash? No, just for one. He wants that second mix to get for a kill.
That's right, get that hard knock down in the corner, and here it comes. Oh, wow, he was scared.
That's
You
safe.
know, command grab was an idea.
Yeah.
In the mind of Gamer B, and he does not want to get kidnapped.
Interesting decision there. He did not use the invulnerable super. He was just saying, hey, you're going to back up a little bit. I'm going to make you freeze in place while I think about what to do next.
That multifaceted orb super, man, so strong. One of the best at breaking down the rev meter too. And here we go, the patience for ZZG. ZZG knows he just needs one.
So Kine still has to do a flash kick charge for his special move anti-air. So in that situation, we saw Gamer B dash forward, and so he couldn't anti-air in that
One
situation.
connection there. Oh, you tried to press. Oh, the heavy reflect.
Huge.
How dare you?
I don't know. That might have been a little early, yeah.
Oh, what?
He jumped out of that. What are you doing? Oh, no. A lot of momentum gone on ZJZ's side. Gamer B on the attack. One more setup might do it. Oh, he's doing, got overheated. No more rev available. One more rondo.
Oh, yeah.
He might get gone.
Oh, it just chipped him.
The bugger ball.
Right through it. I was just in my head getting ready to say, we've seen Gamer B come back from the jaws of defeat constantly. Is he going to do it again? But it looked like his luck ran out at the very last second.
The layers on that. I don't want to say that he had Alonze available after that. If he had been charging down, maybe he would have took her out because the invulnerable frames might have disappeared by the time he touched her.
Yeah. What? Wow. I mean, the spacing. You know, if you're Gamer B, you're wiping the sweat. I mean, if you're ZJZ, you're wiping
I'm wiping the sweat off of my brow right now as we speak. That scared everybody.
Oh, my God. If he gets
They just said he turned 40 something. I think he's like 46 or something like that. So no, Forrest, he's not old. He's not old.
to throw right back to it.
All right.
Start cancel. This is loser side.
Oh
as well,
no,
guys.
threw
2
too
out of 3
early.
action.
That's interesting. So when you
gets the
roll,
throw.
you forego your throw invulnerability. He just actually just literally threw way too early.
This is loser side as well, guys. 2 out of 3 action. Somebody's going home.
This is definitely a side of ZJZ I don't think we've seen before. Usually he's a little more calm and collected than this, but he's
Yeah.
getting mad aggressive.
Oh, we used to endearingly call him ZZZ because he played so late.
The lamest player in KOF history, and he got championships off it.
And now he's hyper aggressive here.
ZZZ.
All respect.
It's messed up.
All the time, yeah. We know the level of play. He is nice fake. Actually, could have got a DP on that jump there. What a stand.
Oh, nice.
Gamer B getting all this incremental damage here, stacking up.
All right, yeah, ZJZ not able to fly around as much, has to watch out for the diagonal fireballs, and Gamer B in a great position, no need to overcommit to anything. ZJZ has to make this work.
We are the biggest of chilling right now, man. We got locked and loaded with 2 bars, still got the SPG. Even a rev up doesn't even matter, right? We're just gonna look for trades here. It's really up to ZJZ to encroach in. 15 seconds on the clock. Can he do
Yeah,
it?
there's
I think
really.
Gamer B
Oh,
might be
that
having
wasn't
some
even a
fun.
combo.
15
I don't know why
seconds on the
Gamer
clock.
B
Can he
got
do it?
hit
I
by the
think Gamer
second
B-
part. See, that wasn't even a
Might
combo.
be playing with his lunch here
Interesting.
because that was unnecessary damage, and we're almost in an even situation because of it.
Command guard,
Be a
command
timer scam. Oh!
I was like, he's gonna do it. Don't do it because he know Gamer B is looking for it.
Long game bait right there. Gamer B saying, haha, I know you want to command grab me after an almost kill combo, but you're not going to get it, buddy.
Not at all. Not today. Wake up, DP.
Uh-oh, the meaty. No JD on Gamer B's side.
Taking that all the way to the wall too. There's the level 1 super. Hard knockdown. Let's see what we can do. ZJZ really needs to.
Trying to do the Marco RPS there, huh?
She just started Fortnite dancing.
Big damage on the board for Gamer B. We're back to the mid-screen.
Double orb still has that one
Oh,
up.
the low, but he wasn't able to cancel that in the super.
Game
That would have been game.
It would have been, yeah. And again, another situation.
Can you cancel that in the super? Was that actually a chain combo or was that just a link? I guess that was just a link. Was that a counter hit?
Gamer B, we're back to the mid-screen.
Double orb still has that.
Is that just a link? Ah! Dropping mice all over the place. Let's see. Is that just a... Uh-oh. Let me see. What happened? Oh, there we go.
PG.
No, it's only +1. How did he get that? Is that actually does he have like a command, like a target combo basically that does that? But it was crouching light kick that he did, right? It definitely. Oh wait. Oh, you can. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Stupid me. Stupid me. Okay. Yeah. So when you do the combos like that, normally you can't cancel that into a super. Yeah. So chain combos in this game almost never combo into super. So that's why he actually didn't combo into the super there. Every normal can be canceled to a super, but if it's a chain combo, usually it cannot be. So that's why, like, when I heard that, it's like, oh, he could have canceled the super, and I was like, wait, I don't think he could have. So okay, just wanted to confirm that. That's all. That's all. Okay.
Oh, to low, but he wasn't able to cancel that in super.
Oh.
Would have been game.
It would have been, yeah. And again, another situation.
Maybe that's what Help
Gamer
Optics
B
meant,
is
is that you just can't cancel
Help
in the
lead
super.
over ZJZ, but the bar for both tries to EX a Panther through.
Man, this guy's crazy. You got that life lead, and you want to get in like that? And, bro.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me? How does it keep happening?
Somehow, Gamer B with the lucky charm. Okay, running into that big boot right there, the sweet chin music. ZJZ extends his life.
Oh man, I did not see this going round for round rather. But Gamer B getting a little risky with his life there. Gonna have to.
Oh, what the heck? That was weird.
Yeah, speaking of settling down, I mean, we finally got a huge jump in.
Oh shoot, you're right. My bad. Okay, there we go.
Another knockdown from ZJZ.
ZJZ in firm control of this match, and I don't want to say that's it, but one more touch either way. No, that's it. That's a wrap, sir.
We're cashing all the way out there.
You know what I should do, to be honest with you?
$3,200 for my car accident, but then I found
I should, like, actually watch the match on my OBS. So I will always know where it is, you know, basically.
Rev meter, ZJZ staying alive.
One more dance to get to the bigger dance, almost in the EWC picture.
What a set right there, but give it up to Game.
Another people.
I mean, it's
another
there
two-
all the time anyway, so, like,
Calling him
it's
out.
not going to be any different.
Russell.
Oh, nice. Punko.
Top 8 losers, first round matchup here. Punko versus Finn Rich. Yeah, take that deep breath. I'm doing the same thing, bro.
Oh, what's up, Ryder X84? I remember you asking about that. Yeah, give me 1 second here, and I'll give you a little bit of information on
Breathe,
footsies.
everybody.
Actually, before this match starts. So, Ryder, I will say this, though, that I currently have City of the Wolves loaded up here. If you're okay with me kind of talking about it from City of the Wolves standpoint, hopefully that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Footsies is really hard. Actually, because the thing about it is, like, it'd be really important if I did use Street Fighter. Because, Ryder, you are a Street Fighter player, right? That is your main game, if I'm not mistaken. Who is your main character in Street Fighter? Who is your main character in Street Fighter 6? Fortunately, it's not hard to switch games. That's so I can just do that easily here. Who is your main character in Street Fighter 6? Again, footsies is one of the hardest things to learn in fighting games, especially in Street Fighter 5, 6 era, because it is a lot of it is based on reactions. You really have to have strong reactions in order to play strong footsies in modern Street Fighter games. Here we go. Oh yeah? Did I talk about footsies in there? I don't even remember. Do you remember kind of what I was talking about in there, Jim Kubak? I'm assuming, wait, maybe you play Ken. I can do Ken versus Akuma because that gives me a little more variety and everything like that. So, oh yeah, Fatal Fury is a faster game because there's a lot more stuff going on in that game. Let me turn the volume down of the game a little bit so that you can hear me a little bit easier. So the idea of footsies, so there's two things, right? So there's neutral and there's footsies. Fundamentals, all kind of part and parcel of the same thing. I've kind of, in my head, separated things a little bit. But essentially, the whole goal of neutral / footsies is to... you probably weren't here when I first talked about this, that I was saying, like, in every fighting game, your goal is to open your opponent up. That's it. It's just, you gotta find the mix-up to open them up, right? And so, like, if you're a Ken player here, like what is the mix-up kind of a situation, right? Well, one of the best examples of a good way to get a mix-up started with right. Okay, I was about to say, how are you a claw player? I was like, what version are you playing? So do you use Ken? Do you use Ryu? I'm just assuming you know them all here. So, for example here, one of the best ways to be in a mix-up situation is to have plus frames, right? And so, obviously, drive rush cancel into button is always going to give you plus frames because I'm +2, because raw drive rush into button is always going to be plus frames. And so that automatically gets me into the standard Street Fighter mix-up of, am I going to throw? Am I going to attack? Am I going to attack? Or am I going to shimmy, right? That's the standard. Attack, throw, shimmy is the basis of Street Fighter 5 and 6's mix-up. Every character has, at least in their arsenal, the attack, throw, shimmy mix-up. So if you understand that that's kind of the basis of it, that's already a great start right there. But I'm explaining mix-ups, not neutral, not footsies. And there's a reason why, because, again, you're always trying to get into that situation. Another good way Ken can do that is just doing Dragon Lash, because this is +1. And so I have the option to throw you. I have the option to interrupt you with a 4-frame button. I don't think Ken can shimmy in time if the opponent throws right away, but if the opponent does a delay tech, I can still shimmy them. So the thing about it is, like, I'm telling you about these situations that make you end up being plus like this because that's kind of what you're going for. You're trying to find a situation in which you can now put the opponent in a mix-up and have them make a guess for their life, right? And I don't mean like literally they're gonna die if they lose all their lives. I just mean, like, they have to make a guess, and if they're wrong, you get to do damage. How much damage you do depends on resources, starter, etc., etc., etc. But the whole point is that you've got a mix-up started, right? So in other words, if you're Ken, what are going to be your primary ways to start any sort of mix-up, right? Well, like I said, crouching medium kick into button is going to be a great one. Heavy Dragon Lash is going to be another great one. Fireball into Drive Rush is another great one for Ken in this situation. Another one is just going to be Raw Drive Rush. Or, you're trying to throw out a button because if you actually hit him with like a punish counter kind of a situation, you get cool combos off of that, right? So that's not really a mix-up, but it's something you can do. And so the question is, what does this all have to do with footsies, right? Again, it is basically that mix-up. These mix-ups that I am naming here are what you are trying to go for when you're playing footsies. If you're playing footsies and you're like, I'm just gonna keep hitting him with a button. I'm just gonna keep hitting him with a button. Like, you're not gonna win off of this, right? The goal of neutral and footsies is to play as little neutral and footsies as possible. Unless you're Justin Wong and you're just super patient. But in general, that's kind of the goal, right? So you want to win neutral. So for example, if we're in this kind of a situation here, like so, right? Like I want to win neutral, like by doing something like, you know, we're sitting here, he's fighting, and then I do, and then I throw him, and now we're in throw loop situation. Obviously, it's a little harder with Ken because they nerfed him. But my point being is that, you know, if I had my way, after I got in and hit him with the mix-up of the throw, I don't want him to get up ever again and be safe. I just want to kill him from that point. I don't want to play neutral, right? The best people who are good at neutral and footsies, they don't want to play it all the time. So when you're playing neutral, your goal, and when you're playing footsies, that's your goal. You have a goal in mind. What are you trying to do? How do you put yourself into a situation that's advantageous? Sometimes it could even be as simple like, obviously, like I said, Ken's got these cool things like dragon lashes and stuff, but for some characters, it just might be landing a sweep, right? So you land a sweep here, and then you get a situation where you're like this, or, you know, you're gonna do something like overhead, or you have the right frame kill. I don't know what the frame kill is for this, but like, you can do something like that, right? And now I'm +5, and I can, you know, link off of that into a stand light kick or a stand jab, etc., etc. So like, you know, this might just be your goal in neutral, is to just land that sweep. Regardless, is that the reason why I talk about this is because you have to have a purpose in neutral. A lot of people, when they understand, oh, I have to play neutral, I have to play footsies, they play it, and they don't know why they're playing it. They don't actually know what they're trying to do. And the whole point is that you are trying to get to the point in which you can mix the opponent up. In this case, I can mix them up this way. I can also mix them up this way if they block that, or I can mix them up this way if they block that, etc., etc. The goal of your footsies is to get into the mix-up. So that's just establishing what you're trying to achieve in neutral and in footsies. But the question is, how the hell do you play neutral, right? Like, it's one of the hardest things to understand, and there are different kinds of neutral / footsies that exist. That is what I'm gonna preface with, okay? Because Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI, Street Fighter 3 is a little bit like this, Street Fighter 4 is a little bit like this. They are with punish footsie games. A lot older fighting games like Super Turbo, some of the alpha games, those are hitbox footsie games. I won't go into detail about that because I don't want to inundate you with too much information, but if you're really interested in that, Ryback sorry, I want to make sure I pronounce your name correctly. It was Ryder. Ryder, if you are interested in that, I will explain it a little bit at least. But by nature, these games here are based off of yet another rock, paper, scissors. So obviously when I knock you down, the mix-up that you have to deal with here, like I said, attack, throw, or shimmy is an RPS. Footsies and neutral in these games are actually also very RPS based. Let's see, you sort of touched on the origin of the term footsies and what it was used to mean back in the games were more hitbox based than frame data. Yeah. For sure. I don't know if you tried to paste the link and it didn't come through, Jim Kubak, but feel free to paste. You should be able to paste links. I haven't banned pasting links. So, Ryder, do you have any questions so far? Also, just curious what your fighting game background is. Is Street Fighter 6 kind of the first fighting game that you're playing, essentially? Oh, okay, cool. You're a fighting game nerd. I love it. I love fighting game nerds. I love it. So I'll explain to you what 5 and 6 footsies are, and then I'll tell you what the difference is with some of the older games a little bit here. But when you play footsies in Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI, you need to play the footsies triangle. I first heard Bucktooth talk about this, old NorCal CVS2 player. He's the first person I heard it from, although he said it wasn't his concept. But the idea here is when you're trying to fight someone in neutral, like I said, like let's say I want to land crouching medium kick, because I just want to do standard crouching medium kick drive rush, right? So if my purpose is to hit the opponent, right, like I gotta get into the range where I can actually hit the opponent. So my whole idea is that if my opponent is dancing around and trying to like keep crazy distances from me like this, right, I need to chase him down and be able to reach him with that. So for example, let's just do this here. Did I have it on input? Yeah, okay. Oops. So if I come over here and I turn all these on and I play him like, oops. Like, if I'm trying to fight him with crouching medium kick, like, you can see I need to find that range. And so one of the most important things to learn about footsies right away is you should be able to eyeball the distance of your move. Like, if you're fighting him and I'm like, okay, I'm going to hit with crouching medium kick, and that happens, that's a problem, right? So one of the first things you have to learn is really knowing how to eyeball the range of your moves so that you don't whiff it, because that's going to be a problem, as we'll find out in a second. But if he's doing this crazy, like walking back and forth, you're like, oh my God, you know, like, holy crap, okay, you know, so the concept, the concept of footsies here is that you want to make sure the enemy is as not mobile as possible, which is why the corner is so powerful, because even if he walks backwards, he's never changing the range, right? So like, I kind of know the max distance he can get from me, even if he walks backwards, it doesn't matter, right? So this is basically why the corner is so strong, is that nobody is able to walk backwards. Okay, I guess you're not allowed to paste the link. That's kind of weird. But let me do it for you then. I'll get that video for you over here. Shoop, doopy doop, doopy doop. Okay, let's see here. Videos. Why old fighting games felt better. I gotta talk to my editor about some of these titles. I'm always afraid it just all these titles make me sound like I'm just some old curmudgeon and I hate all new games. But so this is what happens here. When you're trying to play footsies, you're trying to get into range where that you can hit the opponent like this, right, with the crouching medium kick. Now here's the thing, if you're Akuma and you're like, well, Ken's trying to hit me with crouching medium kick, what do I want to do? I don't want him to hit me with medium kick. Hey, I have this button that reaches much farther than his crouching medium kick over here. So what you can actually do is you can start pestering, you could start pestering Ken with a button like this, right? So in other words, if I wanted to come up to you and crouching medium kick like this, you could just be like, oops, you could just be like, screw you, right? Like Ken can't even get into that range. Let me do this in an easier way here. Let me just do like, whoops. Let's just do, okay, that'll work. Okay, so basically, you could just do this, right? Because if Ken wants to come up and crouching medium kick you like this, what you can do is just throw that out, because then I'll walk into it. If me as Ken is obsessed with trying to get into this range so I can get this going, like I said, because that's one of your goals, the Akuma can just kind of throw this out at ranges like this, and when I try to come in and crouching medium kick you, I can potentially walk into this, right? So this is kind of a nuisance right here. So I'm starting the footsie's triangle here for you, Ryder. This is, I'm trying to figure out a way to explain it in a clear, concise situation here. But basically, if your goal is to actually hit the opponent with your moves, it loses to zoning buttons like this, right? So if I'm trying to walk up and hit you with crouching medium kick, this will lose to farther range buttons because I'm trying to move forward into range. This is important. Hear those words that I said. I am trying to move forward into the range of actually being able to land this button, okay? So I'm trying to push forward. So now, if my opponent knows that that's what I'm trying to do all the time and he just keeps zoning me out with this stupid button, and like I try to get into crouching medium kick range and I'm like, God damn it, I can't actually get into that range. Well, this is where you start with punishing, because what your opponent is doing is they are actually preemptively hitting this button. They can't wait until you walk into the range to hit the button, because if they actually wait like this, like, oh, he's in range now, like I can actually, oh, this is gonna be hard to do with by myself. I can actually, Jesus, let me see, how am I gonna do that? Oh God. Like I can actually, like if you wait to see me walk into the range, by that point, it's probably too late. You're not gonna interrupt me anymore, right? You're gonna try to, it's really hard because my spring is really tight right now. But basically, you can't do it on reaction to Ken walking into your space, because by that point, if you try to do forward medium kick, I'll probably hit you and I'll get a counter hit out of it. So the Akuma, anybody who's trying to keep you out from walking forward is gonna kind of preemptively hit a button, right? He's gonna preemptively hit a button. And so what this actually turns into is with punishing, right? If I can eyeball the range of my moves, I should be able to eyeball the range of Akuma's moves as well. This is something that will come with time. Don't worry about it. If you just know I'm about safe right here, that's cool. You don't have to be like, oh, look at me, pixel range, you know, like, you don't have to be like super precise on this kind of thing, because from here, like, I can still whiff punish you, right? Like, so basically, I'll walk into the range of the standing medium kick like this, but then I'll back off. So now what I'm doing is I'm trying to fake trying to walk in here, right? So I do this, and then I get to whiff punish you. So I do this, and I think this will work. Let me see. Okay, not that one. Medium one, probably. Yeah, so medium will combo, but I don't get anything off of that, so I could probably do a run combo. So like, you know, something like this, or I can do something like, okay, so that's too far away for that. What can I do? Run uppercut. I can just probably do run uppercut, which is like, that'll work good because I can get pressure off of that, right? So basically, if the opponent is trying to keep you from moving forward by pressing buttons a lot, you can get them to press buttons a lot by standing outside of their, like faking going into that range and then getting the whiff punish. Obviously, standing heavy punch is a little harder to get the whiff punish. For Ken, standing medium kick is a great whiff punisher because this thing reaches hella far and you have a target combo off of that in which you can chase down. So if you're actually close enough, you can even do, oh God, you can do that if you want to, if you're close enough. But obviously, like, this is really powerful. This is a really good tool that Ken has because it reaches hella far. And if you whiff, like, if you actually are too slow, you won't chain, right? So that's kind of nice. But if you do hit him, like so, oh God, I can't believe that misses at some ranges. You know, you can do that, but if you're actually too slow at least you won't go into the whole target combo and die. This is Ken specific stuff I'm talking about here, but most characters will have different levels of good with punishing buttons. I mean, you could use crouching strong if you're ready for it, like so. You could probably even use crouching medium kick itself. So you could fake try to get crouching medium kick and actually just with punish with crouching medium kick. If I want to, I can also do that, because that's a great one right there, because then I get the, whoops, drive rush is what I'm trying to do. Jesus, I can't remember what the input of drive rush is, because when I have characters that hit 2 buttons to do stuff, like, because Ken's run is 2 buttons, I get them mixed up a lot. I don't know why. See, I can't, I don't know why that happens to me. So you can do that. I think you can even run Tatsu after that as well. Whoops. Oh, that was far. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I tried to do, what I'm trying to do is drive rush, fierce, run into Tatsu is what I'm trying to do. So something like, whoops, wrong thing. Jesus Christ, I'm hitting the wrong buttons again. Why do I do that? It's so weird. Like this, right? Oh, ooh, that's actually kind of sick, because I could have DP'd there too. Let me try that again. Oh, it's very distance specific, so never mind. Okay. Oh, being good at whiff punishing is really hard. So early on I said, like, that's one of the toughest things, is that in order to whiff punish, you have to be fast. And you have to react fast. You have to get used to whiff punishing stuff. There are things you can do to help you along with that, but in general, you have to have reactions to whiff punish. I have no reactions. I suck at whiff punishing. So I've been really bad in neutral in Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI. It's one of my big crutches. It's one of the reasons why I have such a hard time finding success in these games, is because my whiff punishing is ass. It's ass. But in any case, so that's the nice thing. If my opponent is trying to, you know, do something like this all day, like, there's just a billion different things that I can do, you know, to punish him for this, right? Like, you know, whatever. There's a million combos that you've already seen, all these different options. So if your opponent is trying to prevent you from moving forward by hitting buttons like this, so you can't get into the range that you want, the RPS is that I start with punishing, right? So I start with punishing you. Oh, God. So, in other words, pressing buttons beats forward movement, and with punishing beats pressing buttons. Now, here's the thing. If your opponent is trying to whiff punish you, and all they're trying to do right now is stand outside of this forward medium kick range here, like, this is my focus. My whole goal is to try to get you to whiff this button so that I can whiff punish you, right? What is the opponent not doing? What is the Ken not doing if that's all he's trying to do is just wait for you to whiff a button, right? What is he not doing? He's not pressing buttons. And so if I am trying to whiff punish Akuma's forward medium kick, guess what I can do now? Oops. Basically, if I'm trying to whiff punish this thing so badly, and I'm not doing anything, like, you'll notice what happens here. Let me up the probability here, like so. Like, because I am trying to whiff punish you, I'm not zoning you from moving forward. And so moving forward beats whiff punishing. So if Akuma's trying to whiff punish my Ken standing medium kick all day like this, and he's just trying to maintain this range so that this kick misses, if I move forward, he moves back. Cool, I'll move forward more. He keeps moving back. And so what's happening is that I am now free to move forward. This accomplishes two things, right? One, if the opponent is really scared and keeps moving backwards, you know what's gonna happen is he's gonna walk himself into the corner. And nobody wants to do that because the corner sucks. Because the corner sucks. Oh, dude, Punk and those guys whiff punishing is just ridiculous, dude. It's stupid how easy it is. So a lot of times when you're playing footsies, if your opponent is trying to whiff punish you and I walk forward and all they do is keep moving backwards to stay outside of my range and they keep moving backwards, you're winning footsies. Like, you're winning footsies here because, like I said, once they're in the corner, they can't move backwards anymore, so they cannot get me to whiff my buttons anymore by moving backwards. Their movement is so restricted. Obviously, DIs exist, and we all know how badly it sucks to be in the corner in this game. So you can literally win footsies without doing any damage because that's one of your goals, is literally to get them to walk backwards because they're trying to whiff punish you all day. So you're just like, cool, I'm cool with that, right? Or, like, let's say I do this, and he's like, oh crap, he's trying to zone me, right? Like, I can see he's trying to zone me. And so now all he's doing is this, like, because he's just trying to whiff punish you. Now, if I read that he's in whiff punish mode, what I can actually do is, like, because before, remember, he could do the forward medium kick here and keep me from moving forward. But now that he's trying to whip punch me, I can break that space where the forward medium kick would have bothered me because he's not pressing buttons. So now, like, while we're playing this little footsie game, all of a sudden I'll just walk forward extra far, and because he's just doing stupid things like this and not crouching enough or something like that, I can just be like, doot, 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 doot. Well, not, I don't mean to dash, but like I can just go, woo, 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 and then I can find my way in there and hit them while they're unexpecting it. How did he block? I'm trying to figure out how he blocked that. That was so weird. Training mode dummy with some skills here. So this is the main footsie's triangle. This is the footsie's triangle right here. Is that moving forward beats whiff punishing beats zoning, and zoning beats moving forward. So literally the three things you're trying to do in neutral is move forward, and that's this walk into range, or that's moving forward. This is moving forward. Again, as long as you're moving forward to get into your mix-up is a really powerful thing. And so again, moving forward is one of the options. If your opponent starts pressing a lot of buttons and keeping you out, that means they're zoning with buttons. They're pressing buttons. Preemptively pressing buttons stops forward movement. Even if I was like, I'm gonna Dragon Lash you, right? Whoops. Oh, there we go. How about that? There we go. So, like, let's just say I'm gonna Dragon Lash, right? And I go like, oh God, it's so hard to do. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, see, like, it'll just stuff the Dragon Lash. I mean, I want to show him kicking me out of the air, but it's too hard to time with the way that my buttons are configured. But yeah, that forward medium kick will a lot of times just beat Dragon Lash. So if your opponent is pressing a lot of buttons and beating a lot of the things you're trying to do to get in, what you have to do now is you have to get them to whiff and then whiff punish them. So whiff punish beats button presses, right? And so you're now just gonna sit here and wait for them to whiff the button so that I can actually hit them. And again, if your opponent realizes you're looking for the whiff punish and he starts moving forward, now I have to actually zone him out, right? So if he starts doing stuff like this, I have to be like, whoa, what are you doing, Kuma? I don't think that's what I recorded, but whatever. He is being very cautious. Basically that, you know, him moving forward, then I have to transition like, oh shit, he's coming into my space. And now you're getting threatened, so you're like, he's coming to my space, I'm gonna press a button. And so, as the Akuma, you can be like, I'm gonna move forward, get him uncomfortable, and then at the last second, walk backwards because I've moved so close into his space, he's scared now, he's transitioning from whiff punish to panic button press.
Drive Rush makes it easier in SF6.
It does.
In Fatal Fury, it seems a lot more risky to get in.
It is. It is, but it's just part of the game. It's part of the game. I'll give an example in a little bit. But, oh, that was you, Ryder, who subscribed. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. So what happens here is that, you know, as the Akuma player, he's like, I'm going to walk into a space to make him nervous, and then I'm going to back up. Because he's going to panic and transition from whiff punishing to button pressing. Because I'm moving all up in his space, and he's like, shit, I got to hit a button. So I'm going to anticipate that and actually transition to whiff punishing. So I'm going to do move forward, transition to whiff punishing. He's going to panic press a button. I get a big old whiff punish on him, right? This RPS that happens in neutral happens so goddamn fast. It happens so, like, literally, I'm like, I can go from zoning button presses to moving forward to whiff punishing to now I'm back to whiff punishing, like, just based off of what your opponent is doing. And the best players out there are the ones that are going to transition, or at least read the tendencies of your opponent a lot more. Raw Drive Rush, as you mentioned, is really strong here. But even in Fatal Fury, like, Run Throw is really good, because Run Throw is scary from this range right here and stuff. And again, in Street Fighter V, so all the players who are like, oh, Street Fighter V is so good, Street Fighter 6 sucks. Street Fighter V was about dashing, right? It was about dashing, because dashes were largely around like 17 to 18 frames. And so they would dash in on you, and if you weren't ready for the dash, they could get in on you and then start their plus frames, because most characters' light punches were plus on block, right? So if I dashed in and I jabbed and you didn't react in time, now you have to deal with the mix-up. In this game, it's a little different because I can do the Drive Rush. The reason why Drive Rush feels so much more oppressive than just regular dashing is because if I Drive Rush and hit you, I'm +8, like, I've got like combos for days. It's just too much reward for Drive Rush. That's just all it is. It's just too much reward. But checking a Drive Rush and checking a dash are really similar. One of the other things that makes this advantage is that there is momentum on these. And so for characters like Juri just, she ruins lives with her Drive Rush medium kick. Oh my God, she ruins so many lives. AKA, she ruins my freaking life. She ruins my life in this game because Drive Rush into freaking, Drive Rush into standing medium kick, Kimberly can't stop it. Dude, this fight sucks. I hate this fight. I hate this fight a lot, okay? So let's just do this here. And I'll go, whoops, wrong button. In fact, you know what? I'm just gonna do it from farther away. Watch, let's do this here. Like so, right? Even if I know she's gonna do this, like, okay, I did it a little too slow. Let me do it a little bit earlier here. How do I want to record this? Let's do this. Like that, right? So if you're Kimberly, like, this thing, like, I have to so preemptively hit the button to hit you. But, like, the problem is none of Kimberly's buttons reach anywhere. So, like, a lot of times you try to check it, like, you just get hit. Like, this just sucks. Like, Juri Drive Rush medium kick is one of the most powerful things because it's 2 hits. And so because it has that many more active frames, like, it'll hit you early and it'll hit you late. And the crazy thing about it hitting you late is that she's actually plus like 7 still. And if she hits you with just the first hit, whoops, let me see if I can do it. What button would it be? Let's try this. Oh God, I gotta get further away. God, she keeps hitting me with the second hit. I want her to miss. But the problem is, Kimberly's moves are so low range that I don't have a good button that actually will display this. Oh, God. It's so sad, dude. It's so sad. I can't get her to miss the second hit because Kimberly just doesn't have any button that's long enough that can actually demonstrate this. Whoops. God dang it. Why is she still hitting me? Holy crap. That is hella far. Jesus Christ. Anyways, she's even more plus if she hits you with the first hit and whiffs the second one. If you can believe it, it's wild. But basically, that's one of the reasons why drive rushes are so powerful in this game, because certain drive rushes are also just really fast, and like the only reason why I can stop it easily is because I'm triggering the drive rush. I know when it's coming. But see, like, I'm actually legit trying to hit it with my standing medium kick right now, and like, it's hard. It's hard. I have tested every button for Kimberly, and like, all of them, like standing light kick kind of works, but you can press it a little bit too early. Sweep is good, but like sometimes the sweep comes out too late. Sometimes you do it too early and she punishes it. Like, drive rush medium kick just blows Kimberly up, and it makes me super mad. Makes me super mad. I mean, you could try to jump kick, but see, like, that one ate my input. But right there, let me show you this here. What is it? It's that right there. Yeah. So, whoops. I didn't drive rush. Like, you have to have jumped super early. Oops, I turned her around. Oh, I did that slow because it wasn't on width. Okay, hang on a second. Let me re-record that one more time. Whoops, that wasn't what I wanted to do. What am I trying to do? Come on. I'm so bad at drive rush, dude. I don't know why I always fail drive rushes. Makes me sad. Dude, bro. Come on. Oh, I hit her again. That's gonna mess it up. There we go. Like, see, I'm jumping when she drive rushes and she recovers in time, right? Obviously, her going past me, that's a whole different topic altogether. That's what a lot of juries hate. But obviously, even there, I'm not even, well, also my jump is longer than a lot of other characters for Kimberly, or at least it's higher, I think, so. But yeah, this is what makes drive rush really strong, is because if I hit you with the drive rush, like so, like if I do something like this, I'm +7, so I can easily just go, oh, whoops. I am not landing this combo. There we go. I can easily just go into a combo and get good damage. But if I'm checking a drive rush, like, oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, I can't even, dude, bro. So if I check the drive rush, what do I get out of that? So like, I have to risk life and limb, and if I hit you with the medium kick, I get nothing unless I just preemptively be like, I'm just gonna, oh, that didn't even combo because it was too far. Oh. Actually, it might not have comboed because it wasn't punish counter hit stun. It was only counter hit stun. So I would have to just go into the... I could do the EX one. But see, like, in order... Or I can obviously... God damn it. I can drive rush cancel. But that means I have to spend 3 bars in order to get the same damage that you get spending 1 bar. And if you decide to extend the amount of damage you get, hey, look at that. I can still do another one because raw drive rush cancel works. But on the defensive, if I check you in drive rush, if I extend it, I burn myself out. So the person trying to check the drive rush is just not an advantage. It's just a really bad, like this, honestly, this is the problem with drive rushes. Like anybody complaining about it's too powerful, it's free, whatever, this is the crux of the problem of drive rush, and I've been saying this forever, is that the risk reward is just not in your favor. Look, I mean, look at this. Like when I try to stop Jury doing, like if I'm legit trying to stop her, and she wins like every single time or trades, right? Like, why would she care? Like, she hits me with that. Look, she's +9 on a counter hit. She can easily combo off of that, right? Like it's ridiculous. So, like, why wouldn't the Jury spam drive rushes? So when people are like, "Woo, these guys can't even play the game," like, what is Street? Why would they stop drive rushing? Why should they stop drive? Why are they playing wrong? No, they're just not playing Street Fighter the way that you feel like Street Fighter should be played. They're playing Street Fighter 6 absolutely correctly. Especially if they're drive rushing with Jury. Stupid Jury. So that's the reason why drive rush is really powerful. And it messes up neutral a lot in this game. But even a character like Kimberly, like what am I gonna do? Like, wee! Look at all my super long range buttons, right? I mean, like, seriously, it's kind of sad. Like, she just, freaking hell. Anyways, don't want to complain about Kimberly. She's good now. She's good now. Kimberly's good now. But if anybody's going to tell you that Kimberly has good neutral, I'm just going to laugh in their face all day because her neutral is awful. Her neutral is so awful. So basically, this is the idea of footsies. Going back to the original point, the reason why I was talking about the drive rush thing is because it is a very powerful version of the move forward option, right? And a lot of times you can even just drive rush and they just happen to whiff a button and you can actually get whiff punishes on them, right? So drive rush is just an egregiously powerful option for moving forward, raw drive rush, basically. But essentially, this is what you're doing when you're trying to play footsies in this game, is you're trying to get to the point where you can beat them by playing with the footsies triangle, but you have to make sure you know what it is that you want to get, right? Like, you can pick any character and play the footsies triangle, but if you're using Kimberly specifically, what are you trying to land, right? That's the question. That's the question. And also, maybe you don't have a good long-range move that is farther than your standing medium kick. And standing medium kick is actually your farthest button in the entire moveset that you have. Whereas everybody else has a... Okay, I'm going to switch away from Kimberly. This is going to keep happening if I stay on Kimberly. So... Oh, you can slide, but if you block it, she dies. So, you know, it's like, it's a risk. It's like you don't have a good, like, button that actually can be, like, even on block. Like, this is -5, but most people can't hit you with a 5-frame button here, right? Most of the time, if I'm sliding with Kimberly right here, I'm dying if they block it, right? I can't even just fish with it. You know, like with Ken, I can do this, and I can be like, woohoo! And I can hit you, and you can't whiff, you can't punish me, you can't whiff punish me. This is cool. I may have to take it if you throw out a medium button because I'm -5, and I don't have the time to do anything, maybe backdash can get me away. I don't know. It's going to depend on the matchup. But at least I have that, or this, which is -5 as well, which can't be punished. Or I have this, which is -2, which can never be punished, which all goes farther than my crouching medium kick. Look at this. Ken has 1, 2, 3 buttons that go farther than his crouching medium kick. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? And yes, Kimberly's standing medium kick has the same range as everybody else's crouching medium kick. So she's the only character that does not have cool long buttons like this. So when people say her neutral is really good, I just laugh. That's all I do. Just laugh. That's all I do. Any case, but that's the idea of footsies. Ryder, I've gone completely off the beaten path. Does that make sense? Like, I've kind of gone into footsies 102 and 103 and a little bit of 201 and a little bit of 202 as well. But it's hard to explain it without talking about the whole entire thing. So again, the point is that if I'm Ken and I'm playing this cool footsies thing, right? Like, obviously, if I want to whiff punish, I'd like to be able to whiff punish into hit, like, you know, into run, into combo, or whatever. But, you know, for the purposes of, for example, if, you know, they're trying to whiff punish me and I sneak in, I know that this is a good option. Or if they're trying to whiff punish me, I know that I can do the move forward option just by doing a Dragon Lash, because they're just sitting there. Now, obviously, they could be faking it, and they'd be like, this guy's going to Dragon Lash, and as soon as you Dragon Lash, they hit you out of the air and destroy you. But that means that they're looking for Dragon Lash in the same way that they're looking for the whiff punish. If your opponent jabs you out of Dragon Lash, like, twice in a row on reaction, you have carte blanche to just move forward at them, like they're just standing still like a training dummy. Because if they're that focused on the Dragon Lash, you got everything. And then you even have EX Fireball, which can just catch them off guard out of nowhere, hit them and be like, what the heck? And just throw them for a complete loop. But the whole point is, when you're actually trying to fight with this footsies, for your character specifically, you have a goal. It's gonna depend on every character. I mean, a character, like, let's say they put Claw into the game and he just can't cancel anything. Well, then maybe his goal really is just to, you know, play the neutral and just get one hit, one claw, you know, a good standing heavy kick, a claw, you know, maybe his strategy really is just to peck you to death, basically. Maybe that's him. That's what Dulcim does a lot in neutral. When you're fighting Dulcim, he's playing the footsie game, but he gets to play it from out here. So he gets to beat you up, but he's never doing a lot of damage to you. He's hitting you with a medium kick, maybe a standing heavy punch every once in a while, standing heavy kick. He's not doing a lot of damage out here. So, you know, his neutral is going to be very different. But even when you're fighting Dulcim, the whiff punishing is still a factor. Like, you want to get out of the standing fierce range, because if you do, and he throws out standing heavy punch, Dulcim can die. And it's very, very useful. So, like, oh shoot, that missed? Wow. Well, I can probably do something like, you know, like, I can literally do, like, whoops, not far enough. Look at that. I just did that, and now I'm +3 next to Dulcim. So yes, even against Dulcim, you can, oh, there it hit, thank you. But even against Dulcim, you can, even if it's that, right? I'm +9, and that's a hard knockdown. He can't roll backwards. So even against Dulcim, you're also gonna try to play this, because he wants to be a nuisance to you at this range here. The standing heavy punch is a very good button for that, but if you can walk out of the range of that, hey, guess what? Now I'm +9 and I have a mix-up right in his face. Or, if I'm really brave, whoops. You can tell Ken's not my character because I don't have the muscle memory, But, you know, you can do stuff like that, right? I wonder if this will even work. Let's see. Oops. Ah! I pressed the no button. Yeah, that hits right there. So you can even just do that, for example, right? But yeah, that's the idea of footsies. But at the basis of footsies, it is the make them like zone them if they're trying to move forward. If they start whiff punishing your buttons, then move forward yourself. And if they start zoning to prevent you from moving forward, you whiff punish them. And of course, that whole cycle just loops on itself, right? And again, it's going to depend on your opponent, because some people just like won't even try one of the options because they're just not used to it, or they've never built it into their strategy. One of the hardest things to do in Street Fighter is walking forward. This is the hardest thing to do because it's so freaking scary. Which is why every time I'm on commentary and you see someone do this, and the other guy doesn't touch a button and the guy actually walks like half a screen, I'm always like, oh my God, like, ah! Like I scream on commentary because I'm just like, what the, like, how are you that brave enough just to be like, you are not touching a button? I'm just gonna walk forward, right? Like that's nuts, right? That's just absolutely nuts. Now, obviously one of the things about Street Fighter V is that, right? So I can walk forward, and as soon as I see you twitch, I can try to perfect parry it, right? So, right? Like, I can just hold forward, and I can try to perfect parry it, and I'm getting the perfect parry, but thank God they changed it that I have to hold back now to actually get the perfect parry, which is why that change was put in, because I can't just be like, oh shit, and just perfect parry you and get all this benefit by holding forward on the controller, seeing you twitch, and then I just perfect parry you. Now I actually have to at least hit back, so it's more awkward, right? At least it's more awkward right now. Is catching walk back after a block string part of footsies? Not as much. That is not footsies, that's more of a mix-up situation. So a lot of the times, people will walk backwards because if they do, they get away from your throw, right? Let's use Akuma with the walk speed of the gods, right? So what we're gonna do here is, we're gonna record him doing this, like so. And then what we're gonna do here is we're gonna block reversal, we're gonna have him walk backwards after 2 blocks, like so, right? So now if he's on block everything, like so, and he's crouching, if I do something like this, like I can't throw him, right? Like I just can't throw him. So a lot of times people will just learn to walk back in this situation, and that's part of the mix-up right here, right? So you're already in on them, and you're applying pressure, and they're trying to defend. So catching them walking backwards in this situation, not so much a footsies. Now, if you're just talking about like this, like you're playing neutral and they do this, and I bravely walk up like that, and I chase them down, and I can hit them, even with Akuma's crazy walk speed, my forward walk speed is still faster than his back walk speed. So if you're talking this situation, oh, that's footsies. That is 100% footsies. Spacing traps are, yes, because what spacing traps are basically are ways to get you easy whiff punishes. So a lot of times spacing traps can be footsies. It's a little bit of a gray area, I think, now that you mention it. Now that you mention it, I'm just trying to think, like, would I classify spacing traps as whiff punishes? I mean, as footsies? Or would I attribute that more to mix-ups or like strategy, like not as much footsies? That's a tough one to say, actually. It's a really tough one to say. Yeah, exactly. They're kind of like they're kind of a mix. I almost kind of want to say they're a mix-up more because, you know, if you spacing trap someone just right, so for example, let's do block reversal, so crouching light punch. Also, by the way, please, please, please note how easily you can simulate almost anything in training mode. Please make sure you understand how to use training mode because it is so valuable. It's so valuable to be able to do this, right? So that's a spacing trap. If they crouching light punch, that's a spacing trap, right? So I think this is more mix-up than actual footsies, because a lot of times for spacing traps, you do have to get them to block something first, right? So that's a good one right there. Yeah, no, honestly, I can't. It's so hard for me to play other fighting games now and lab them because they don't have this training mode. Like, I play a lot of other fighting games. I'm like, God damn it, I can't do half of this stuff. The crazy thing is, there's still more stuff that I'd like them to add to this training mode. But, like, that's what happens when you have a near perfect training mode, is that you want more, right? Like, if your training mode is, like, really deficient, you're just like, whatever. You know, it's missing this, but really it's missing this. So you just, but when your training mode is so close to being able to give you like everything that you want, you start wanting everything. It's kind of crazy. Oh man. But yeah, again, so that's basically how you're playing footsies. That's the majority of footsies in Street Fighter 6 and Street Fighter 5. For the most part. Now, for Ryder, you said you're a fighting game nerd and you really, really like, learning about all these classic games and stuff. So, in old fighting games, man, like Chun-Li's crouching medium kick is faster, has less frames total than like Ken's jab here. Like my total is 13 frames. I think Chun-Li's crouching medium kick is like 11 frames total. Zangief's standing light kick doesn't have recovery frames. Like literally the last frame of the kick is still active. You know, it's kind of nuts, right? So Super Turbo, the buttons are so fast outside of very specific buttons like Guile crouching medium kick or Shoto sweeps or Zangief sweeps and stuff like that. You just don't whiff punish buttons in Super Turbo. It's just not a thing that you do. Cause like you cannot react to a medium button that's that fast, right? Yeah, good luck with punishing that, right? Like it just doesn't happen. And so how did those games work? Well, they weren't whiff punishers, they were hitbox fighters. And so the example I always give is the Zangief versus Ryu matchup, is that Ryu can actually just go crouching light kick all day, and if Zangief tries to sweep him, he loses. If he tries to do all the stuff, he loses. Well, the only button that Zangief has that beats that is standing medium kick. So he can just walk up to Ryu and do standing medium kick and hit him past the crouching light kick, right? So if Ryu thinks you're gonna do standing medium kick, does he make you whiff it and whiff punish you? No. Ryu goes, you're gonna do standing medium kick, I'm doing crouching strong. Why? Because my crouching strong beats your standing medium kick. It's just the way the hitboxes and hurtboxes align. If Ryu does crouching strong and Zangief does standing medium kick, Ryu generally wins at that range that the crouching light kick is a threat. Well, if I'm Zangief and I think you're gonna do crouching strong, well, my crouching roundhouse just beats your crouching strong because it just reaches further out and it just hits it. Well, if I know you're gonna do crouching roundhouse, I can go back to crouching light kick. So the game is about hitbox fighter. You're not trying to whiff punish things. You're just anticipating that they're gonna do something and you just beat their button with your button. Like Cammy, for example, she stands outside of Guile crouching medium kick range and she whiffs crouching strong because crouching strong will beat his crouching medium kick. So that's how you discourage it. I'm not whiff punishing it. I'm literally just walking in front of him going strong, 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 press the button, and if he presses the button, I win. Like that just happens. Like because she has no hurt box that the crouching medium kick can hit, and her crouching strong can hit his hurt box. So again, it's hitbox fighter that you're playing mostly in old games. And I am a child of hitbox fighters. And when you play a hitbox fighter game, hey, thank you for the follow, Batutanao? Batuta? Oh, Planetad? Oh, wait. Okay. That might be Filipino. I don't know. Batutanao? I'm not sure. But, you know, there was no whiff punishing in that game. Like I said, outside of the very specific slow moves. So you were playing Hitbox Fighter. In fact, one of the favorite interactions between like Ryu versus Ryu in like a hyper fighting game is that Ryu's standing light kick did this, right? His standing light kick looked a lot like this, except he didn't actually move forward. He just stayed in place. Well, back then, they were just making hitboxes, hurt boxes, whatever. Like, literally, his forward foot, if you hit light kick, stops becoming a hurt box. So Ryu fighting Ryu can walk into the other Ryu's sweep range, throw out a standing light kick, and the other Ryu tries to sweep it, but because I manipulated my hurt box to go away, the sweep whiffs, and then I whiff punish it. Because again, the Shoto sweeps are very slow, right? So yeah, like it was about hitbox, hurtbox manipulation, which is why old fighting games were all about priority. We always talked about priority. When the Yoga Hyper Guide came out for Super Turbo, which had all of the information about Super Turbo, including frame data and hitboxes, nobody gave a flying fuck about the frame data. Everybody wanted to see the hitboxes. Like, nobody cared about the frame data. When that book came out, nobody was like, what's the frame data? Let's learn it. It was like, oh, I want to see the hitboxes. And that was it. Like, that was it. Like, nobody talked about the frame data. Because the frame data doesn't matter in those games, right? It just doesn't matter. You talk to any top Super Turbo player, not a goddamn single one of them will tell you what the frame data is for any move in the game. They just don't know because it doesn't matter. Because again, it was all about hitboxes and hurt boxes. And that's why we talked about priority all the time. So, sorry, DW420 Dylan. I do tend to go a little fast sometimes, but I try to slow down for people. What particular thing is making you confused? I would love to try to explain it better, or if you're just like, nah, it's cool. Maybe if I keep coming back here and hearing you talk about it a lot, I'll get it eventually. Oh, man. So, again, like, that's why a lot of the old games are different. And so, when you played a lot of the old games, someone asked me one time, like, when I watch Super Turbo, I see people do this all the time. And they're like, why are they always hitting buttons? Because you can't really get punished for doing it, right? Because the moves are so fast and you're just trying to beat their move with your move. You're not worried about whiff punishing or whatever. So a lot of times, yeah, people are just like whiff, 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 whiff. They don't care. Because in those games, the neutral was just a completely different game than what it is now. The modern Street Fighter footsies that we play really kind of first showed up in Street Fighter during Street Fighter 3. Third Strike became more of a whiff punishing game. In fact, I tell the famous story all the time that at the very first Southern Hills Golfland tournament for Street Fighter 3 New Generation, I got into grand finals to fight against Alex Valle. And he did that Ryu roundhouse kick, the one where he swings around, and I couldn't beat it. Like, he just went roundhouse, 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 roundhouse. And he did roundhouse, and I tried crouching strong, and I'd lose. I tried crouching medium kick, and I'd lose. And I tried all these buttons. I was trying to find a button to beat it. But it was not that kind of footsies. What people discovered is the way you beat it was let it whiff, and you whiff punish it. And that was actually really foreign to me. I was like, whoa, I have to do this? What? Like, it was weird to me. And so I have been a button neutral pusher all the time for my whole entire life. And so every time I play 5 and every time I play 6 and I use a character that has existed in a previous game, I just want to hit buttons, dude. Like, I was messing with Guile at one point in time. because I was like trying to learn Guile, and I was like, oh dang, that's so far, and that puts me at perfect range. I mean, look, oh my god, look at the range on this. Like, this is so good. I could just like pester people with buttons like this, right? But the problem is, crouching medium kick is -5 frames, and so if I do this, like, if he just presses a button, I just lose, right? So, like, if I just make Akuma do forward medium kick, like this, and I'm like, look at all these cool buttons I just lose. So when I first played Guile, I just wanted to play him like Super Turbo, because you could do this in Super Turbo, right? You could just be like, haha, I'm an asshole, ho 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 ho, bleh, so bad, this, look at the range, look at this pester. And because of turns and all that stuff in this game, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And so I can do like, haha, oh, I lost, ha ha ha, I lost, and I was like, what the hell is happening? Like, what? And so yeah, I had to learn how to be like, oh, okay, so like, I just have to respect it, right? If I'm at this range, I just have to respect it. What am I gonna do? Right? I maybe a 4-frame can beat it. I mean, it probably trades, and it's not a trade in my favor. I could probably flash kick it if I really wanted to, but it's hard to charge up. So like, I'm trying to play, like, whenever you see me play a lot of these games, I try to play like I'm playing old fighting games, especially when I'm using old characters. I did the same thing with Zangief. I just want a standing light kick pressure all day, and it just doesn't work. And so, yeah, when you go from those old games and you come to the new games, they're vastly different. There's always this narrative, and everybody who's watching my stream a lot knows I've been talking about the heart games versus the mind games, and that, like, look, all fighting games are very different, right? And this is kind of part of it. Like, the narrative out there that people are like, oh, you know, at the base, all fighting games are the same. Yeah, if you take it to like to the 100,000 foot level, yeah, you're probably right. But for the most part, every fighting game can be super different. So every Street Fighter game, from Street Fighter 2 to 3 to Alpha to 4 to 5 to 6, like, they're all extremely different kinds of games, which makes it interesting. In older games, you were almost always plus on block. Like, I would say it's harder to find moves that are not plus on block in older games than to find moves that are actually negative on block. Because block stun and hit stun were the same. So if I could do crouching strong as a combo, that means it was a true block string, which means my crouching strong is just plus on block, right? Crouching strong is a true block string because it was also a combo. So literally Zangief sweep, dude, like Zangief sweep, you can't punish that shit. And that thing starts out in like 5 frames. Like Zangief sweep is just like, and that's it. You just get hit. And like, dude, you can do it so that if you do a meaty crouching roundhouse enough that it turns into an SBD tick. I could just walk up and crouching roundhouse and you get up and block it and I just spinning pile drive you afterwards. Like, I'm super plus in those situations. The difference is that in the old games is that the pushback. So if I did that like this, like if I did this to Akuma like this, after he blocked that, we would be probably this far away. If I did crouching medium kick to him like this, look how close we still are. Like, technically, it almost seems like crouching medium kick brings me far enough. Look at that. Like, I could do 4 in a row. But if in Super Turbo, if I did crouching medium kick, after you block that, we're like this far away, right? So, who really cares about plus frames at that point? It just doesn't matter. Was Zangief's sweep actually +1? Holy shit. That's ridiculous. And see, I don't even know. And Zangief is one of my main characters in Super Turbo. I never knew his sweep was +1. Because it doesn't matter. Everybody who says, oh, well, that's just because we're smarter now, and now we have frame data, so you know, if we played the old games, we would use it. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't use frame data because it's useless. Like, the frame data is literally useless to you. It gives you no information whatsoever in those games. I can't think of very many instances at all where knowing the frame data helps you in those games. It's crazy. Because if there was a thing that was like, oh my goodness, you're -1 at this like you're -1 and we're still right next to each other in throwable throws were 1 frame. If you were -1, I could punish you with a throw. If you're -1, Zangief can punish you with an SPD. Every character except for 3 of them had a dragon punch that was invincible. So it's just like, frame data didn't matter. It just didn't matter in those games, and it's never going to matter. There's no point in which where you're studying frame data is gonna make you more knowledgeable to a point where you can fight someone like a Daigo or a Kotaka Shoten or any of the strong SD players that we have right now. We just had that 20-year-old kid from Fightcade win CEO, right? Fei Long player, only just played, like, first time he's ever touched the cabinet in his entire life. He's always just played at home, so that was the first time he ever played a cabinet. He won the tournament because he had just played so much on Fightcade. And then, so I was like, all right, watch this. I was like, I looked at him, his name was Zombie Danger, and I was like, how much frame data do you know about this game? He's like, none. And I was like, see, I told you. Like, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. He didn't learn any frame data, but he was fucking good at the game. But he knew none of the frame data. It just doesn't matter. Anyway, this is my old versus new game rant. I hate it when people sit there and tell me, it's like, no, we just didn't study frame data back then, but now that we have it, it would make us so much better. My other favorite story that I always tell is I was talking to Automatic on Twitter. Every time a new character comes out in Street Fighter 5 or 6, he's like labbing. He's like, okay, if I knock down here, I can dash with frame kill. This is meaty plus. It's all so crazy. Calculating all the frame data, all this stuff. His favorite game is Third Strike. And I was like, do you know any frame data in Third Strike? And he was like, fuck no. Right? Like, literally this guy who clearly knows how to use frame data very effectively knows no frame data in Third Strike because it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. People are always like, no, Jane, you're old, whatever, blah, blah. Bro, like, seriously? Whatever, dude. And in case anybody out there is like, we're sorry you didn't get to watch all of the top 8 from Combo Breaker, don't worry about it. This happens all the time, and I welcome it, because I like teaching. I like teaching people fighting games. I want everybody to be better at fighting games, so, you know, I'm more than happy to explain all this stuff to Ryder, to everybody else. I love this shit, okay? I love this shit. And so if you appreciate me doing all this stuff, you know, like Ryder subbed, I appreciate that. Subs, gift subs, donations, all that stuff would help me a lot. Would help me a lot. So, no, that's the thing. So Street Fighter 5 is actually the game where frame data started to really matter. In Street Fighter 4, it was important for learning how to land combos and get punishes. But what is it about 5 and 6 that really made frame data so important, right? Like, that's the question. Like, James, okay, you're talking about these differences, but there has to be a reason, right? Like, it's not just, oh my god, this game is just suddenly frame data heavy. Oh, well, the reason why it happened is because of the input buffer. The input buffer changed everything, because now my frame kills are going to be 99% accurate. My combos are going to be 99% accurate. My meaties are going to be 99% accurate because it's easy to time the frame kills. Frame kills existed in Street Fighter 4, but like some of the, like, that literally meant you needed to like if you had 2 buttons to frame kill. Like, let's say you threw and you want to do whiff standing strong, whiff crouching fierce, and then do a meaty standing heavy kick. That's 3 1-frame links. That's 3. So after you knock the guy down, the first move you do has to be frame perfect. And after it finishes, the next button has to be frame perfect. And then after that, the meaty button you press has to be frame perfect. It just wasn't reliable. It just wasn't reliable enough. So the other the example I give all the time in Street Fighter 4 is that Boxer's dash punch was -3 on block. Cammy's standing light punch was a 3-frame startup and reached stupidly far. And so every time Balrog did dash jab punch, Cammy could do stand jab to punish it. And the only thing at that range that it would combo into was roundhouse drill. So you could just block it and do stand jab into roundhouse drill. Guess what? That's a 1-frame punish. So boxers did it all the time. They just dash punched that Cammy. Just like, you know, if you can punish me with 1-frame precision on light punch that you can't plink unless you move your back or select button somewhere, like, good on you. Because if you're wrong and you drill at me, you die. So go ahead, try it, right? But in 5 and 6, if Boxer does a dash punch and he's -4 and I have a 4-frame jab, I will punish you 99% of the time. Why? Because of input buffer. And because input buffer exists, it just allows us to be super precise about everything. So frame data matters. This is why Tekken and Virtua Fighter are very frame data heavy games, because they have even bigger input buffer windows than these games, right? So in Tekken, if I do a move that's -14, that's launch punishable, almost everybody's gonna be able to launch punish it every single time, because I can just do hop kick super early, and the game's like, oh, you meant to do it here, hop kick, you know? So that's why Tekken was always so big on frame data, right? That's why Tekken is designed so that moves are classified as the 10-frame punish moves, the 11, 12-frame punish moves, the 13-frame punish moves, the 14-frame punish moves, like, and every character has, like, I have a launcher from crouching that is a 13-frame punish, or a 14-frame punish. I have a standing launcher that's a like, every character has these moves that are designed specifically to punish those numbers, because the input buffer is so huge that you can do it, like, every single time practically. So the fact that they actually put the input buffer into Street Fighter V, and again, Capcom didn't know what they were doing. They put that in there because everyone cried about 1-frame links. Everybody was like, we hate 1-frame links, we hate 1-frame links, we hate 1-frame links. And so like, fine, we'll give you an input buffer in Street Fighter V so 1-frame links won't be that hard anymore, right? And remember, the first season, Capcom clearly didn't know what game they were making. And by the time they got to season 2, they kind of figured it out more. That's why they took away everybody's invul DP, you know, and they changed a lot of stuff because they were starting to realize the kind of game they were creating. My thing was like, just give you input buffer if the enemy is in hit stun. That's it. But if they're in block stun, or if they're like on the ground, you get none of it. So like, as long as there's a combo meter on the screen, you can get input buffer, so it helps with the 1-frame links, but doesn't help with anything else. I have said this from season 1 of Street Fighter V, but obviously that was never gonna get fixed. And so as a result, we ended up playing a game that was now more about mind situations. If Zangief SPD'd you and dashed, what's the frame data? If you don't know, you're not playing Street Fighter V. If you can't instantly tell me that if Zangief SPDs you and dash forward, are you plus or minus? If your immediate answer isn't which SPD, you're not playing it right. Because literally, Zangief's light SPD was minus if he dashed forward after that, but heavy SPD was plus if he dashed forward afterwards, right? And if you didn't know this, you couldn't play Street Fighter V at the highest level. Like, if you're not able to answer those questions, you're not playing it right. Why? Because Zangief, every time he SPDs you, the forward dash is always going to be frame perfect. And Zangief's 99% of it, obviously there's human error, but you know, 99% of the time Zangief is going to be able to time it right. And so you have to know those numbers. And because you have no more invincible DPs, if you're -1 and the opponent is always going to time his 3-frame button perfectly every single time, and you can't beat it because you don't have anything faster than 3 frames, and you have no invincible DP because you have no meter, you have to hold that. And if you don't know that, you can't win. So like when Colleen came out, Olaf liked to play Colleen. Colleen's crouching medium kick is plus on block. It's the slowest damn looking move in the world. Karin's crouching medium kick is like kick, and then Colleen's is like whoop, whoop. It's just the slowest goddamn looking move in the world. It's +1. And so, like, every time I blocked Olaf's crouching medium kick, I tried pressing a button. He punished me every time. And eventually he's like, why do you keep pressing a button there? I'm like, what are you talking about? Where am I pressing a button? He's like, every time I do crouching medium kick. I'm like, I am? It looks slow. He's like, it's plus. I'm like, is it? Because it just looks slow to me. So, like, there's no way in my head that can be plus on block because it just looks slow. But that's not how how Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6 work. It's hardcore numbers. It's just the way that those games are played. And again, as an old school player, it's very easy to me, but like, that just sucks. Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6 are stupid. Like, who wants to play that way? And that's just completely wrong, because like, there are a lot of players out there who have learned to love fighting games because of the way Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6 play. Because when it's played by heart, like, you know, you ask any one of these old school top players, why did you do that? I just felt like it, you know? Or like, what can I do? Just press buttons better? You know, or be more patient. Like, every time you ask old school players, they can't even give you advice because they don't know why they did it. Like, there are certain players out there that just read me like a book, and when I'm like, why would you do that? And they're like, I don't know. It just felt like you were gonna go for that. Like, and you can't explain it. But for those players, these games like this are a boon, because now, I'm minus, I know the mix-up. It's the attack, throw, shimmy mix-up. Here are my options. I get what's supposed to happen. It's so defined and concrete for them that they've learned how to play fighting games, because once you actually get past all of that stuff, at the highest level, it just comes down to making those decisions, right? Okay, like I said, in that frame trap example I gave early on, right? Like, yeah, okay, I know that Terry is plus, so I'm never going to hit a button, but that means that guy can now throw you because you're not hitting a button, whereas if you did hit a button, you would stop my throw, but you're scared because I frame trap. So that's all the mind game and the numbers and everything like that, but at the highest level, when everybody has all the information, it's just about the decision making, which is the same conclusion you get to if you're a heart player, right? And that's why a lot of the top players can just get there regardless of what style it is, because their ability to adapt between the two ends up in the same place. And so Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6 opened up fighting games to a lot of people who never had fighting games to play before, because back in the day we were in the arcade, we had no internet, we had no training mode. You design a game that's supposed to be super numbers heavy, this is just not gonna succeed, because we can't find those numbers anywhere. So the games have to feel like, look, this shit just works, right? And so all the people who would enjoy a mind game like 5 and 6 had nothing to play, so they never got into fighting games. This is why all the old heads don't like 5 and 6, because it's not a game designed for them. That's why all these old heads are like, oh, when Street Fighter V comes out, now you'll see, because Street Fighter 4 is bullshit, and it's like set play and all the vortex crap. But now we gotta go to foots. And then Street Fighter V turned into this game that was like, oh, you gotta respect a turn. And the guy's like, what the fuck is a turn? And so, like, they hate the game. And so you talk to a lot of old players and like, 5 sucks, 6 sucks. And it's just because the game doesn't reward them for the way they want to play. And it's because old games filtered out the mind players, and all the people that played those games were heart players. And so now that we're in a situation where Street Fighter is, more based for the mind players, a lot of those old heart players just can't hack it that way anymore, including myself. But because I know this, I know that I'm not going to try to approach these games like I would approach these old games. Like I was saying, in the Guile situation, I was like, oh, look at all the buttons I can hit. And every time I got hit back, I was like, okay, this is Street Fighter 6. I can't do this. I can't. I'm minus, respect the turn. I got to play differently. Like, I understand. So because I understand the difference between these games, I can approach them in different ways, and I can teach them in different ways and stuff. And I hate that people don't like this conversation. Every time I try to bring it up to people, a lot of people are like, oh, whatever, you're just making excuses because you're old. And I'm like, no, like, we should talk about it this way because it's important and it makes us understand things. And so people who are heart players can go, oh, this is a mind game? Let me come in with a different mindset instead of, I want to play Street Fighter the way that I know how to play Street Fighter. This game won't let me do that, therefore this game sucks. And that is just not true. So while I talk about a lot of this stuff, because I'm an old school player, my words tend to skew subconsciously at a bias of heart is fun, mind is like, oh, but the truth is there's absolutely nothing wrong with having a fighting game be more mind-based because, like I said, it has helped a lot of people get into fighting games, and for that we should be very, very grateful. Sorry I haven't looked at the chat because once I start going on a rant like this, I don't want to get distracted because I'm ADHD. So sorry for all the new people like Prestoff coming into the chat and stuff. I did not. Oh yeah, the 8 frames of lag was a problem. Why do you think they removed proximity normal? Is because they thought it was too confusing. And again, Street Fighter 4 fucked up proximity normals really, really badly. What's up to Curus and Vicetnet? Says first words, but I've seen Vicetnet here before a long time ago. I mean, he's been here plenty of times, so he's not new. Thank you for the follow, Gio. Appreciate it. But honestly, proximity normals got ruined by Street Fighter 4 because when the game came out, the proximity was not based off of every normal. It was a universal distance for every character. And so they weren't, which is how it was in older games. Don't get me wrong, this is not a mistake that Street Fighter 4 exclusively made. But they also designed a lot of normals that would trigger as a proximity normal at ranges where it just didn't hit, right? So nowadays, all these moves have, like in Street Fighter 4, they started patching moves so that they had their own unique proximity distance. So close-up moves wouldn't come out at ranges where they would miss anymore. But the damage was done so badly that everyone is, every time I bring it up, everyone's like, no, proximity normals are horrible. I hate them. And then they go play King of Fighters 15 or they go play City of the Wolves, and nobody talks about the fact that these games have proximity normals. Maybe there's nothing wrong with proximity normals. Maybe. They're just implemented badly in 4, and you're gonna yell about it and take away such a crucial feature of fighting games, especially for slower games like Street Fighter. And I really still think that these games are worse off for not having proximity normals. I really do. A lot of people are like, well, just make it so the directional buttons instead. No! Did you play Alpha 3? Did you not have to deal with Sakura's back heavy punch? Close-up normals are meant to be super powerful and super fast. And again, you think the guys who programmed Street Fighter 2 were like, you think that they were like, let's add proximity normals to make this game awkward, confusing, and to make it so that buttons miss at stupid distances. No! they added proximity normals because a Chun-Li standing heavy punch was useless at point blank range. And they were probably like, that sucks that when you're up close, you lose use of a lot of your buttons. So let's make it so that when you're up close, you have a whole different set of buttons, because that way you still have a bunch of options for a lot of cool things. You can do a lot of different things. And that way, at far distances, you still have 6 buttons that can be used in footsies, as opposed to, hi, this is a close-up button, and I will never use this in neutral. Like, how am I going to use this in neutral? I have a whole button here that is completely useless in neutral. What is the point of this button in neutral? There's no point. It's meant to be a close button. That's it. But without having proximity normals, like, my neutral is limited to, at least for standing, like, only certain buttons, right? And I have like a button that's completely useless here. But then up close, like, why do I want to do this heavy kick that has a 13 frame startup when I'm right point blank at them? Why do I want to do this move, right? Like, why? Right? Wouldn't I like to have like a heavy kick that hit a lot faster, like that did cool stuff for me? So again, like again, they've made it work. It works a lot better in Street Fighter 5 in 6 than it did in 5. Because if you ever go back to Street Fighter 5, you forget just how stubby the normals are. Like, the both buttons are stubby, but you've forgotten just how stubby they are. And they did that so that close-up moves could be useful in neutral by making every move have no range. So, remember Season 1 of Street Fighter 5, Chun-Li's standing heavy punch was like the only button that behaved like a normal long-ranged button. And guess what? She killed everybody by doing standing heavy punch. Some people win matches by doing heavy punch, heavy punch, heavy punch, heavy punch, heavy punch. Nobody could fight it. So what did they do? They nerfed the heavy punch. And so everybody was back to being super close ranged again. So that a Kami standing strong, which is a close-up button, could be used in neutral. At a little bit farther away distance, Boxer had a standing heavy kick, which was a close-up button, but they made it so that it worked in neutral because every button was so stubby. So Balrog ended up with a plus-on-block normal that should not have ever been plus-on-block, stuff like that. So, yeah, it's just very, very... God, I miss proximity. I miss chip damage. I miss chip death. A lot of these things that made these games... and yeah, like I said, it's hard because, like I said, it's hard for me to, talk about this because, obviously, I'm old and I prefer the old stuff. And so it always sounds like I'm shitting on the new games, but I'm not shitting on the new games. I just, their intention is different than, again, I'm doing the thing where I want to play the game the way I want to play it, right? Not the way that they're intending to play it. But I miss chip damage. I miss situations where if you got a knockdown, your best option was not to go up to them and do a mix-up, but to walk backwards and throw a meaty fireball. I miss that kind of game plan. But even if you're using someone like Ryu or even Dhalsim, if you knock somebody down, you've got to go for a attack, throw, shimmy, mix-up or some crazy thing because that's the game. Right? Whereas in old games, if I knocked you down, I was like, sick, throw a fireball. I walk away from you, throw a fireball, you get up in the fireball, you're like, get through my zoning, bitch. And that was because chip damage was a threat, and if you got chipped too much, you would die. Even if you had a life lead against Dhalsim or Guile, you had to go in on them because their win condition was not the same as your win condition. And I miss that, right? I miss that, so... Strangely enough, Street Fighter 4 is actually not one of my favorite Street Fighter series. Weirdly enough. But if you substitute that with Super Turbo, I mean, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, well, Super Turbo is like my favorite. So yeah, exactly. And if they're DI happy, your normals are limited, right? But again, DI teaches a lot of good things. It teaches you to be scared when you get to the corner. and it teaches you not to smash buttons all day, right? So DI has a lot of very good educational benefits to it. It's just too goddamn fast, and I can't react to it. Ah, God. You know, the one button throws are nice, but they tend to be really powerful. You can see that in Marvel 3. Having throw whiffs makes it so that you can balance the throws a little bit better. So I don't miss them that much. I get what they're there for, and I get it, and they're probably better off being that way. So for Super Turbo Jim Kubak, maybe in the future, because it is 2 a.m. and I really need to call it a night. I have a dedicated button, UMKP1. The problem is that I have never used those extra buttons in my life. I have never used those buttons in my life. I have never on any controller ever used these two buttons. I have always played here like this. Even like in Soul Calibur that has all these button combinations that you could map. I just use the standard 4 buttons. Like I generally, the first game that finally made me use this button over here was Guilty Gear Strive. Because for Drift RC, being able to use the, like, what was it? I don't even remember which order it was. If it was, I think it was, you know, dash and R, and then RC. Like, being able to do that was too useful. But it was only for that one mechanic, and that mechanic is only used when you are in control. So it was easy for me to just get used to having an extra button. But DI, like, there is no part of my body that has ever learned how to press this button here in 22 frames or in 26 frames. There is no point in which I have ever learned to reactively hit these buttons, which is why I have a button added over here, which has not necessarily afforded me as much success as I would have liked it to, because one, I hit it by accident a lot, and again, my muscle memory is not gonna do this. Like, I don't have this muscle memory to go down over here, you know, because I'm very much, my hand is in this position kind of thing. So, well, that's why this is really useful. This is the combo extension, the combo extend. No, I forgot what they called it. It's by the Hitbox company, but it is called something like the combo extend or the combo extension. So if you notice, this is actually not drilling a hole. This is actually just a special button that has two places that you can plug cherry switches into. And so you can put 2 buttons on this. So this is just duplicating this button over here. I have it wired to both buttons. This is probably tournament illegal, but I'm not playing in tournaments, and I don't fucking care, and I hate drive impacts. So, oh, Tokido uses 3 of those? There you go. So there you go. Yeah, so for me, oh, it is legal? Oh, that's right, because if Tokido's using it, yeah, then it is legal. But, I mean, for me, like, I just don't have a reaction. I also don't have a reaction to hit these 2 buttons because my hand is always floating over here, right? And so that's why throw on light punch and light kick is always good, because you can react like this when someone tries to throw you, and you can tech like this, right? But like, there's no fighting game in which like this was ever a reaction, right? My best bet is doing that, like this, right? And I have literally taunted when I've tried to do this before, you know, because taunt is hit all 6 buttons, right? Like, so, you know, I actually said to Nakayama, I was like, please make this drive impact, light kick, and medium punch, so I can just be like this, please. Like, I can't. So one of the reasons why I've never been able to learn how to fight drive impacts is I've just never found a configuration that makes it comfortable for me. Honestly, my best bet might be a foot pedal. That might be the best option, but I guarantee you I'll probably step on that foot pedal by accident a lot and trigger drive impacts when I don't want to. So, and yeah, so pro wrestling is real. Yeah, I don't like reliance on customized hardware. I'm just not a fan of that. So, I like the efficiency of just having everything right at your reach, which is why I've been hating on the trend of the single button special move inputs. Because every one of those games requires you to use like at least 8 buttons, right? And I don't want to use 8 buttons. I don't want to use 8 buttons, right? Like 2XKO, you can do everything in 6 buttons, but trust me, you are not better off doing it that way. There's a lot of times where it is literally worse to do it that way. So, you know, having a dash macro is super important. Even in City of the Wolves, I've got to play with 7 buttons a lot of the time, and I don't like it. You know, I play with like 7, 8 buttons in City of the Wolves, and I don't like it. I like efficiency. When I played Radiant Silvergun, I never used any of the other buttons. I only used 3 buttons, and it was glorious. It was so good. And so having to utilize a 7th button has just been such a nightmare for me. Yeah, I parry with medium punch, medium kick. I really do. I really do. I should change it so that thumb button is actually the parry, but I actually do that. I actually use this. I parry always with medium punch and medium kick, and it's such a bad idea. I don't know if it's worth it making a video about the City of the Wolves Doomer situation, because I don't want to contribute to it, because the more you talk about it, the more you will it into existence. And I just don't want to do that. Like, I'd rather make a video like, this is what we can do to try to boost up City of the Wolves, right? I don't want to be like, some people think City of the Wolves is dead. Like, I don't want to will it into existence, to be honest with you. Anyways, I wonder if I can finish this one match. Because I was in the middle of, which match is this? Oh yeah, I had one, I don't know, so, God, I still have an hour and a half of this video. Okay, never mind, never mind. We'll save this for another time, so. Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of people, like I said, old school players. So Ryder X, I mean, you sound like a Heart player. You sound like an old school player. I would not be surprised if you were an old school player. And so City of the Wolves is right up your alley, because City of the Wolves is like that. Because, yeah, I mean, frame data can be whatever, but I can DP you. Who cares, right? So, like, for the most part, a lot of the characters just have those invincible DPs. Some of them don't, obviously, but I think that's cool, because then you give different characters different archetypes, and Hoktamaru does not deserve a DP. So, you know, it's fine. It's fine. So, you know, honestly, like, that's why so many of the old school players love this game right now, because it's one of the first mainstream Heart games. KOF 15 also existed. It's one of the main like Heart games in a long time. And so a lot of these old school players, like who haven't played 5 and 6, are like, oh shit, this is fun, because it's now catered to them. And if we could actually talk about fighting games like this, we could actually have good conversations about it and not accuse me of making excuses for being bad at Street Fighter 5 and 6 because I'm old and I'm trying to find excuses. The craziest thing about it is, when I figured out that 5 and 6 were different, especially 5, when I figured out 5 was different than the old games, I got better at the game, because I was like, oh shit, I am approaching this wrong. And the way that I had to lab Lucia, the way that I had to like train and everything, completely shifted on like what I was studying and how I was learning. And in the end, I got really far in ranked with Lucia because I was able to understand the modern game. I had to switch away from Cammy because I was trying to play Cammy like she was freaking super turbo. I'm just hitting medium kick, medium kick, medium kick, medium kick, medium kick. And it wasn't my turn and I'd get beat up. And I was like, I don't get it. Why can't I do these buttons, you know? But like switching to Lucia, who didn't exist in any other fighting game, forced me to learn a new character, and then I was more easily able to. Wow, Nathan just burned out Guile by sitting on the parry, but it actually got me better. So me trying to talk about mind game, heart game is not an excuse for why I'm bad. It actually was a very powerful tool in making me a better player. So like, I don't know why people are like always coming at me with this kind of stuff. It just like, it drives me nuts. I'm just like, dude, I'm not making excuses for myself. Like, let's talk about fighting games more nuanced, please. Please. Because I think it's so important. Because I can talk to people on the stream and they're like, I love old Street Fighter. I can't get good at 6. And I'd be like, okay, well, that's because you're approaching it incorrectly, but it worked in older games, but it doesn't work in this game. And so now I can explain it and I understand how to teach people, right? If they're like, oh yeah, like my favorite fighting game was Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting and everyone's playing 6, I can't try to get back. I can't get good. I can't do anything. And I'm like, well, that's because it's a different game. Let me talk to you about it. And I can help people learn that way. But if I'm like, yeah, like you just play the Street Fight, you know, like it's not gonna help. All fighting games are the same. You just have to figure out what. No, that doesn't help. Like, let's get a more nuanced conversation here, please. Fighting games are so complicated and they're so diverse and there's just so much to them. I'm tired of people pigeonholing all fighting games into one tiny little thing. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much variety. There's so much nuance between games, and in order to grow the genre, we have to talk about that. If we don't talk about that, how are we going to teach anybody? How are we going to help people understand why they can play this fighting game and not that fighting game? You know? Like, it drives me nuts. It drives me so nuts. Because you know what's going to happen? I'm going to die of old age, and then someone's going to come up with some crazy theory like, oh, look, these fighting games are different. And everyone's like, why didn't we talk about them this way before? And then I will rise out of the grave to go and punch people because I'll be so mad at that point. I will literally come out of my grave just to be like, you mother... Because, dude, so many of the things I say that everybody gets mad at me about comes true. Everything. Like, when the cross-up came out, I was like, hey, Tekken scene, you should really look at this because this is a problem. And they were like, no, we Tekken players are honorable. None of us will use it. And then when the netcode started getting good, I was like, hey, guys, good netcode could kill all of our offlines and our locals. Let's think about it and try to figure out, no, there's nothing wrong with good netcode. Good netcode is only good, no bad. And all of our locals are dead now. We have no regional tournaments. Why don't people fucking listen to me? Oh my God, it drives me nuts. Gets me so mad. Like, my problem is I don't present things well and I'm always super passionate about it. So I sound like a nut job. That is one of the weaknesses. I'm always like, it's just, why is it not? Like, I just get so angry. And so I just sound like a nut job. I'm sure someone who is much more calm and you know, able to, who has like more charisma stat could explain it better than me. Oh, man. If there's one thing no one can ever accuse me of, is it's not having the passion about fighting games, man. Somebody's hungry. Somebody's hungry. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night here. Like I said, I know that this is going to happen, and clearly the Restream experiment is a success. So I'm a happy man. Hopefully we won't run into any more of those YouTube bandwidth problems in the future. So hopefully all the YouTube guys out there will be more than happy that they won't have to watch slideshows and be like 10 minutes behind and shit anymore. So, and I'm actually happy because I thought Restream would actually put a watermark in the corner of the screen, but that's only if you watch it on Restream itself. Do you actually see the watermark? But it's not actually here. So at first I was like, okay, I'm gonna probably have to pay for a better plan, but as long as I stick to just streaming to these two channels, I think I could use Restream for free for quite some time. So, oh, Nathan. Yeah, you want some rubs. There you go. Oh, watch out for the nail clipper. There you go. Oh, and let me see if I can get him to do the thing where he grabs the brush and it's like, please let me, please scratch my chin. So like I can do this a little bit and then I can, oh, see, there he goes. He grabs my hand and says like, where are you going? Why are you stopping on the gums over here? And see, now he's even threatening a rabbit kick over here. It's so funny. It's so funny. God, I mean, my favorite thing about, internet and cell phones and stuff like that is that we really have started to learn so much more about animals and just how smart they actually are and how much compassion animals have. That is like one of my favorite things, is that the number of videos like showing animals having compassion or being smart or caring about each other, or cats, look at that, it's so cute, about cats protecting babies from falling down stairwells and stuff like that. Like, it's such a great thing to learn about animals, and I love it so much. And like, one of my favorite videos out there is literally, I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this, is a video where a bear is just walking down a road. Like, he's just walking down a road, and there's literally just a single orange cone lying on its side, like on the side of the road. The bear just walks and walks and walks, and he gets to the cone, and he picks it up, and he puts it up right. Like, the bear, like, grabs it and puts it so it's standing up, and he just keeps on going. It's like, it is the goddamn funniest video. Oh my God, it's so good. And again, it's just like, you see how smart animals are, you know what I mean? Like, you actually get to a point where you realize just how smart, here, I'll show you guys this, this stream over, this video here. So like, literally, this is the video. This is the entire video. Like, why? Like, what? Why? It is seriously like the goddamn funniest thing ever. I saw that video, I was just like, wait, what? Because bears are ridiculously intelligent creatures. But even just seeing something like that bear has OCD. Like, that bear literally has OCD. It's so cool. Oh God, I mean, you guys all had to have seen the barking cat, right? You've all seen the barking cat, right? I mean, that is another one of like the greatest videos of all time. This is seriously just like one of the greatest videos of all time. And it's just like, how do you explain this? Like, I don't even know how you explain this kind of thing. I mean, also too, like you can see like birds knowing how to fish with bread and stuff like that. It's crazy. Animals, like, I love animals. I'm so fascinated by animals. I almost became a biologist. But yeah, like, it's literally like he got caught, right? He's just like going, rah, 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 oh, I mean, meow, meow. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I love it. Anyways. Yeah, exactly. He's like, oh shit, I've been caught. Meow, meow. And I love that that's what got Shino Nimi to follow me. I love it. I love it to death. Okay. But yeah, animals, dude. I like owning these cats and just like being able to see all this footage. And, you know, like I said, there's that one footage of like the cat, like a kid literally just gets attacked by a dog and the cat just comes out of nowhere and literally just like at full speed body checks the dog to save the little boy. And it's just like, whoa, like this is crazy. Oh man. It's just really, really cool to see animals like this and just studying their intelligence and stuff. Cause Jasmine has done stuff that I don't get it. Like, she has built knowledge that I don't know how she gained that knowledge and stuff like that. It's just like, it almost feels like there's deductive reasoning happening there, you know, which a lot of us don't like, you know, a lot of us have previously believed that animals can't do. But like Jasmine has done some stuff before that I'm like, how did you, what? So it's really cool. Anyways, I'm just talking about animals now. Again, one of the reasons why I am good on commentary is because if you need somebody to talk for like 15 minutes and there's no topic, I can talk for 15 minutes forever. You will never have any downtime where I'm like, yeah, so yeah. Me and David were talking about peanut butter, for Christ's sake, at one point in time. So, anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out. I may have to watch some of these top 8s off stream because otherwise I will never finish. So I'll try to finish at least this City of the Wolves one on stream, but I'll probably watch some of the other ones off stream. Apologize ahead of time. But otherwise, it will be September by the time I finish watching all the top 8s I want to see at Combo Breaker. But again, I like doing it. Don't ever feel bad distracting me or sidetracking me because my stream, basically, the whole point is that I'm going to stream stuff until someone asks a question that I can answer, and then I will answer the question. Me playing these games or watching or doing all this stuff when it's not the Tuesday show is just an excuse to have people come and ask me questions that I can answer, that I can help people learn. So don't worry about it. That's my goal. My goal is that I want to give you guys a reason to show up and then have a question come into your head and then I can help you. That's the whole point. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys have a great weekend. I'll try to stream tomorrow, maybe potentially. We'll see if I can do that because I do want to stream more consistently now. And now that I have this restream thing figured out, I'm actually quite happy. Is that Strider? It is. Oh, it's Dude. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I'm really confused because I used to go to a specific place Okay. Yeah, let's see if there's anybody I can raid. Let's see if there's anybody I can raid at this point. I know most people are probably asleep, but let's see what we can do over here. But thank you guys for watching. As always, please be excellent to each other. Let's be excellent to each other. Remember that Black Lives Matter, trans lives matter, women's lives and choices matter, Palestinian lives matter. Let's be excellent to each other so we can all party on together. And thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll see you guys next time as soon as I figure out who I want to raid. Who do I want to raid? I like raiding random channels sometimes because it's just cool because, you know, all these people out here trying to do shit and hard for them to get views. So I like raiding people with really low view counts just to kind of surprise them and stuff like that. Ooh, this guy's from Russia. Whoa. Who can I raid here? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of Japanese players right now streaming because it's their time right now over there. So I'm mostly seeing Japanese streams. So yeah, I don't think I have a lot of like variety of choices here. Yeah, let's go ahead and get Sheldon then. Let's get Sheldon twitching over here. Although, hang on.
Like people that I love talking to, and I have people that hate me, and they don't watch my stuff, or they watch my stuff to hate me.
Okay, we're going on content creator rant. All right, we are supporting him. Straight up, we are supporting him because I know how that feels all the time. So let's do it. Let's actually send people over to him and support him. So please tell him I said hi. I need to feed cats and I need to get to sleep, so I will not be jumping over to the channel. But please tell him I said hi and tell him I understand the content struggle. So I'll see you guys later. Peace out. Be excellent to each other. Party on, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Be excellent to each other. And party on, dudes!